Now it's picking up my voice, and let me switch it over to desktop audio, and that would be aux input. Okay, now they should be able to hear you guys. Say something.
Hello. It's not stream time unless there's audio problems.
Yeah. I think it's because my computer did a little reset since, dang it, now I can hear myself twice. No, stop. There we go. Alright, so, yeah, I was messing around with some settings on my computer, and it switched everything to default that was set before, and I did not anticipate that problem. So, thank you guys. Appreciate you all coming in to today's impromptu stream. Yeah, hello.
We're gonna be doing some animating and then answer questions also. So if you have questions about comics or art or animation or cats, you guys ask them here.
Yeah. We got our very own, Jackson Galaxy right here. Tracy Butler, everybody, creator of Lackadaisy. Say hi, Tracy.
Hi. Hello.
Yes.
And we have Tomb here, doing a little moderating for us today.
Yeah. Today our moderator is
couldn't
Tomb.
make it, but
yeah.
So welcome. So also, if you have cooking questions, I think maybe Tomb would volunteer some information.
Yeah. What kind of tea did you drink today? I can actually answer that question. I drank, what is it called? Uncommon tea. They have a thing called, smoky black tea with, banana and truffle notes. And it is really good. It's like a smoky black banana tea. It's just really, really tasty. You wouldn't expect that to be a good flavor, but damn. It's quite nice. Really good with some half and half. What tea did you drink today, Tracy?
You know I drink coffee.
Oh, I see. A purist, eh?
No, because I don't drink my coffee black without sugar, but...
A heathen, eh?
Yeah, I am, yep, an infidel, and, yep.
What, did you drink any tea today, Tomb?
No tea. I am trying to survive long enough, so I have only had water today, and for the last week.
A good thing, yeah, it's...
Nice.
I'm dying slowly, it's fine.
Well, we all are, really, but...
Dying, Charmander. Yeah, you and everybody.
But seriously, don't die. Don't make that mistake.
No. Trying not to. That's why I was
let's
dying
all try
is cringe. Stop that.
It's not allowed.
Yeah.
But no, I should certainly be drinking water, but I'm drinking bean water instead.
It's okay. It's water. It counts.
Ça fait combien de temps que tu
Hey,
fais
Mangs.
I gotta translate that one because I only understand
How
half
long
of it.
have you
Jameer White says, "Hey Tracy, are you a butler?" I am a butler by name, but not by trade, unless you count me as a cat
the
butler.
cats,
And I guess
yeah.
I am. Yes, I am a servant to a few
We
felines
have
who
a question
clearly run the place.
from Dijonais Contreras asks, ça fait combien de temps que tu fais tes personnages? How long have you been making your characters? Sorry, I butchered that.
For years, I've been drawing the comic for many years now. But in order to animate them, that was for the comic. In order to animate them, we had to translate them to a animatable form, and so we redesigned all of them for that in 2020. So, a couple of different answers for that, I suppose. I'd been drawing them actually since I was a little kid, but they looked much different way back then. So, and then we did this rubber hose version of them as well. So there's many iterations of them, but yeah, a long time.
Alright, I'm gonna focus on this. No?
Kraz25 says, how many jazz is there in cat's blood? A lot of it. It's like midichlorians. It's like... You could take a reading.
Oh goodness.
Hunter Powell says, this is probably a stupid question, but is Tracy a furry? I mean, I guess it depends on your definition of furry. I draw things that you could consider furries. I know a lot of people don't consider it that because it's not about them being like cats. It's not like a bio-fantasy or anything in that way where their felinity like really factors into the way the plot unfolds. But I mean, I've been to many furry conventions. They're all pretty awesome people. They've done a lot to support the comic and stuff, so so if I am, I'm in good company, I think.
Whenever people ask me that question, I'm like, sure, why not?
I mean, yeah.
I don't know. Is it up to me, really?
I think it is. I think it's like if you self-identify as a furry, you're a furry.
Yeah.
It's, it's fine.
It's like, I just don't want to draw my human face. This little dinosaur thing is just like a lot more fun to draw, honestly.
Yeah, I like cringe every time I have to put my actual face on the, like show up in a Zoom call with more than just audio or something. It's like, oh no.
That said, you did get that camera, so now we can have cat cam.
I did, yeah. Gonna be having more meetings soon, and I think, and figured I'd get a decent webcam. So I look less like my skin is so stupid pale that I just like blow out on most cameras.
I think you looked fine. I think the camera
strange
handled you
ghost.
just fine. Yeah. I mean, no, you don't look like a deranged ghost. I think you came off just fine.
Hey, Umberto, we're doing good. Thanks for asking.
Oh, I've got quite a few logs. Oh my
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and rattle them off anytime.
I need to like give Nox a prize.
Yeah.
It is, yes.
So Cars 25 just want to know how much percentage of jazz will be in this.
A fair bit, but I mean, if you're a purist, you may not be too thrilled with us.
You might be like, that's electro swing, and it's like, it sure is.
Right. I've had this argument many times with people. They're like, that's not jazz, that's electro swing. It's like, electro swing is a kind of jazz. I'm sorry that, like, jazz is a very broad thing, actually.
Jazz as a category
swing falls
is
under that category.
Big. Yeah.
But, we have like things that are more period appropriate jazz that kind of segue into more modern stuff, and so we were trying to find a nice mix that doesn't just completely obliterate like the jazz influence of that period, while also trying to appeal to like and do something that's like snappy and aligned with the like character of this film, and kind of something that appeals to maybe a more modern audience, because it is kind of hard to sell like Zoomers on jazz. Jazz from like the 1920s.
It would depend on the kind of jazz.
I mean, if you're a music nerd or you play jazz, you probably appreciate it a lot more, but it is a bit...
Yeah, 1920s jazz explicitly is not what most people think of when they think of jazz. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the jazz you probably would think of would be more, if you're thinking of like the real like jazz, you're probably thinking more like the 50s or 40s. But yeah, the hot jazz of the 20s kind of came right off of the heels of like bluegrass and ragtime, and so it sounds a bit different from what you think. Like you tend to like, I guess we all think of it as kind of like silly cartoon music because they kind of like imitated that sort of like musical score you'd get with silent films for a lot of like those early 1930s like Looney Tunes shorts and things like into the 40s and everything. And so we kind of like associate a lot of that early jazz with very silly stuff. There of course was stuff that wasn't silly at all, like St. Louis Blues or something like that. But yeah. So there is jazz.
We can't put in the St. Louis Blues though because we don't have the license for that.
Own that. Yeah, some things are public domain, but St. Louis Blues is not.
Even so, YouTube can be really finicky about public domain, where
and
it'll be like, well, that's public domain, but this recording is not, and it doesn't.
There are some like companies that will claim they own something, even though they don't. They'll just like mass claim things. It's really yeah, it sucks. But yeah, we had our own music composed for this, so.
All right. So, Shulima Gaming, when did you start making cartoons?
Me? Maybe that's a question for me.
I think overall.
Yeah, that's your wheelhouse. So
I mean, if we're talking animation cartoons, like drawing cartoons, just a cartoon. I think both me and Tracy have been doing that since we were.
Oh,
like,
well, yeah.
kids,
I think they might be asking about animation.
Let's see. Even when I was like a real little kid, I'd like to make flip books. Like I would just take a lot of pieces of paper and I'd staple them together, and then I'd make little animations. Once I got access to a camera, like I had a VHS camcorder that I borrowed from my parents, and I would put up like clay figures and toys in front of the camera, and I would just like put it on the ground, like on the carpet, and like click the start and stop button. It wasn't even like one frame forward or whatever, and there was no like preview. I had like look through the little tiny camcorder image like in the eyepiece, because there was no like side pull out thing at the time. There was no little LCD digital screen. And just like clicking start, stop, record as quickly as I could each time, and I would catch pieces in my hand. And I'd do that with like clay figures and toys and Lego and stuff like that, and make really dumb bad videos that way. But I was just trying to like animate to the best of my abilities, basically.
The start is how you learn.
Yeah, so I would make flip books, and I would animate that way largely until I finally got some digital software that was capable of doing that, and that was the closest initially that I got digitally was when I got access to some editing software, and I drew hundreds and hundreds of pictures on like index cards and with like pencil and marker, and shaded them, and then I scanned them all into a computer, and I did some toning on them in Photoshop, and then I like lined them all up and like made like this really this very epic music video for me. And like, look, thinking back on it, it's like that was pretty impressive for a kid at the time with the technology available, because it was so painstaking. And I basically built a whole animatic before I even knew what an animatic was, and that was the first like movie I made, essentially. And so because of the fact that there was like very limited animation in that, extremely limited. And then Photoshop Elements happened to get a animation feature in it, which was terrible, just god awful. But I started animating with that digitally. I remember I was really young. I think I was like, I don't know, 16 or something, and I was homesick from school. And I remember having like this terrible fever, and I just animated this dog doing like kung fu based on who later on became my friends, like Kei Fitawa's Black Blood Alliance. I ended up working on that comic like later on, but the little animation that I did became so popular, was the first thing that was ever stolen from me and passed around the internet without credit. A breakthrough.
We're getting a lot of questions, so I want to...
Yeah, sorry. But yeah, I've been animating for a while, like, well before there was any sort of convenience attached to it, which is why I tell people, like, if you want to start animating, just do a flipbook even. Like, you don't have to have, like, a fancy computer. It's much more... It's much easier to get into now. Mm-hmm.
You don't necessarily need, like, expensive licenses, like... Even Toon Boom isn't that expensive, but, like, you could use Clip Studio and things like that for animation.
Oh, yeah.
Too,
Clip,
so.
I think, is a really good, low-cost animation tool if you want to get into something. Plus, it's more useful than just for animation.
Lagging Leland is very eager to know if we are allowing people to make videos about Lackadaisy. Like, yeah, sure, of course. If you have thoughts about it. Or, and I think you asked something about if it's copyrighted. Yes, it's absolutely copyrighted, but that doesn't mean that you can't, like, use clips from it to, like, review it. Or, I mean, if someone wanted to make an, like, AMV or something, as long as it's not commercially used, we probably aren't going to, like, copyright strike it or something, so...
Yeah. The specific question was, will the Lackadaisy movie be copywritten? Can content creators use more than 10 seconds of it?
Probably, that may change depending on situations, but, like, I would not go chasing after people if they wanted to use, like, if they used, like, 30 seconds of it or something, I probably would be fine with that. I'm not gonna, but it's like, if you use it and don't credit us, or use it and, try to monetize it in some way or whatever, like, that's a problem.
Let's put it this way. If you're doing a React video with it, which is nothing more than just re-uploading the video
a React
with
video
your face
or
in
a
the
fan
corner,
video, we really aren't gonna...
Yeah, that's, if you're really doing nothing more than re-uploading it and then just sticking your face in the corner and not even adding anything to it, we might have something to say, but...
Right.
Yeah.
Re-upload's not cool. That just steals, traffic from us and stuff like that, and confuses people as to who made the film and things, so it becomes a problem. But anything where you're just, like, doing it because you like it, or you want to review it, or you want to criticize it, or whatever, that's fine.
Yeah. Tell us how much you hate Rocky's stupid face. But just be really artful about it. Put some effort into the vocabulary. Video. Yeah, 4-hour video,
so
like, pixel by pixel. Like... Oh, yeah. Can you make a 4-hour video, like, just detailing exactly what you hate about Rocky's eyebrows? Every hair. Just pretend you're Mordecai while you're doing it, and that's probably a possibility.
I could just put on and fall asleep, too. Just...
Okay, along the same lines, 2 people have asked. One asked, have you played Elden Ring? The other one asked if any of you guys are gamers, Xbox, PS4, so on and so forth.
I play video games. Like, I don't know if I would
I like
call myself
games.
A career gamer.
I don't know that I would classify myself as, like, a gamer, per se. Like, I play games, but PC.
The irony, considering we both worked in games.
Yeah, I used to work in games. Like, I actually played fewer games while I was working in games than I did while I was not. But yeah, I haven't played Elden Ring, though. I do really like what I've seen of it as far as, like, creature design, like, character design and things like that, but haven't played it. I tend to play things I can finish very quickly because I don't have a lot of time for just, like, indulging in games, but... I think we played Stray on our last stream, actually.
We did. I actually liked that VOD. I was playing it back for myself, and I was actually enjoying our own conversation. Which sounds a lot like me smelling my own farts, but honestly, like, I never play back our VODs for myself. I kind of, like, don't want to listen to myself say things that I already know what I'm going to say, and I'm just like, it's uncomfortable. But I liked that one. I thought that was really nice.
Right. Spaghetti and Animator, if you guys watched The Princess and the Frog, and can you say what your favorite dish was from that movie?
I mean,
I have family in New Orleans.
Dishes were. Like, beignets are good, but
beignets are very good.
I don't remember the dishes that were mentioned in the film.
I don't know. I didn't try her gumbo. I don't know how her gumbo is. Gumbo's good, but I don't know what Tiana's gumbo tastes like. Everybody's gumbo is going to be a little different.
Yeah.
Beignets are really good, though. If you get a chance to try some genuine beignets, you got to go do it. I know everybody goes to Cafe Du Monde when they go down to New Orleans, but like go to Morning Call. That's my favorite spot. They're not nearly as crowded. You get a lot more extra stuff. Like they got some etouffee and stuff. It's really good.
Yeah.
I sent you down there, didn't I, Toombi?
Yes, you did. It was really, really, really good.
It's not that Du Monde is bad. It's that I just like Morning Call better.
Here's the thing, and I feel like, especially with my experience, was that because of pandemic, Du Monde's is like doing, like throwing the beignets out the window. Like the moment that they're fried, they're put in that bag, which makes them a little denser and a little soggier. When we went to Morning Call, there was nobody there, so I got like a crispy, crunchy, fluffy, fresh beignet.
And it's still got that mad sugar everywhere. Makes it look like a cocaine cocaine drop happened in there. It's just everywhere. Sugar. Rocky would be licking the tile.
Oh my god,
both establishments. Yeah.
Yep.
Tracy, I was like, we gotta do it like a Rocky goes to New Orleans, but all he does is go and eat some beignets, is just licking the floor. He won't leave, just licking. Nothing else is going. Nothing else. He's just licking the ground.
I do distinctly remember being there and kind of chuckling at how like it's got like this outdoor like tent covered, canopy covered area that has like dirt on the ground and everything, but it's all like also covered with just like powdered sugar everywhere. Basically just walking through powdered sugar.
Honestly, like he's in hobo mode at the time, which I assume like it would be a good establishment to go through. I don't know how to be like exactly in the 20s or even if it was there, but if you just went to a cafe and ordered some donuts.
If it existed, it probably didn't look quite like that, but
no, I doubt it. But it's like he could hobo on through and just like hoover up some sugar, no problem. Steal some half-eaten beignets. It sounds like a joke, but I shit you not. I was like half thinking of doing it myself last time I was at Du Monde.
You might inhale some dirt and other things, but at least you'll get some
good
sugar.
Good coffee too.
Yeah. All right, let's keep the questions rolling.
Sorry, I cannot get my head out of beignets now.
I still have a box of. I'm off topic. Let me stay on topic. Hold on. I have a box here though. Umberto Montreso, what are you guys doing in the live stream today? I think. What are you guys doing in live stream? Essentially, is the question.
I'm trying to finish this. At the very least, I want to get Piano Man here done. I've been trying to get this done for a while, but I've been so busy with work on the short that it's been hard to concentrate on this, so...
Yeah, and we figured we'd wrap up with a little bit of a fun thing as well a little bit later. I think last stream people were telling us they liked the fashion catastrophes that we did at one point.
So did I.
Might revisit that.
The next question is basically... Who's your favorite character so far, Tracy, and or are there any characters that you relate to from Rian LK25?
Tracy is my favorite character.
God.
Yes!
Popeye's beignets are delicious. I need to go try them, but I'm gonna imagine I'm gonna be very disappointed if I go to Popeye's and try the beignets. Just saying.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Can I answer?
Sorry. Stuck on beignets. Keep going. I'll shut up.
I can't remember what I was even saying. The characters, I kind of, I don't know, just changes from day to day, really, depending on my mood and who I can relate to more easily, I suppose. Sometimes you just feel really on the same wavelength as one character or another. If you're, like, feeling grumpy or something, like, I don't know, Victor can sometimes be my favorite. Sometimes Rocky is, because it's just, like, he's so different from my personality. It's kind of like liberating to be able to just be really weird with him, and extremely like openly artsy, and like I struggle with that because I'm very shy generally. So, so it varies. I don't know if anyone else wants to answer that question too. Go for it, but
Rocky's just relatable to me. I'm It is hilarious for me because, like, there's three characters I relate to the most. Rocky, Mordecai, and Zib, but they're all, like, the total opposite of the personality spectrum. If you put out a triangle of possible personalities, they'd all be, like, at the point and tip of each one. So it'd be like, how can you relate to all three? And I'd just be like, yes. Let me explain to you why I am a mess.
I am signing these posters right now and just kind of laughing at the way Brad signed these because...
Oh, take a picture.
Every single olive martini has a face on it now.
Oh yeah, that's right. He said that he drew little cat ears on it. Something.
Oh,
a fucking troll. He and Belle, they both were signing it together in Texas, and they went to a library, and Brad, that motherfucker, arrived with a suit and bought a top hat just for the occasion. And I they took a picture together. I was like, these two fucking nerds.
They cosplayed while they signed posters.
They cosplayed the two. I was just like, okay, guys, figure out which house to send it to, like what works out for you. And they start planning out a cosplay session in a library together. And I'm just like, oh yeah, the librarians are really gonna love you two. Like, as they have the theater kids group up, interrupt things. Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Okay. Are you able to keep up to him? By the way, if you're having any trouble, just let me know and I can take over for a minute or.
No, I'm doing all right because while you guys talk, I've got 3 screens open. Believe it or not, I am.
Oh, dang!
I was like, I'm not gonna let Nox down. I got this. You deserve to stay on.
To be fair, this is a lot compared to what we usually have. Wow, there's so many new people in here.
Yeah, welcome
Hello,
all the new people who somehow ended up here. Glad to have you.
How'd you find us? I'm legitimate. I'm not being facetious. I'm legit curious.
I'm guessing it's probably the Dancing Ivy video.
Yeah. People love a cat, a jazz baby.
Dancing cat. Little jazz
Dancing
cat.
cats. Little cutie pie.
We do have quite a few. So Tracy, how was the process of the page when Ivy gave Freckle a kiss for good luck? When I first read that page, it warmed my heart. It's the expressions between Ivy and Freckle that did it.
Aw. How did I approach it? Well, yeah, I seem to remember drawing more exchanges and expressions that I actually ended up using. I actually had to whittle it down a bit because I do tend to experiment with the exact faces I want to give them. It ended up a bit goofier than usual, and I was just liking the energy of it, and Freckle just kind of looking really dopey in that one where he makes the I'm ready to kiss face. And so because I thought that was funny, I'm just like, I'll just have Ivy laugh at it, but I also can't have her just injure him like that. So it just had to be a mutual joke between them. And I felt like that was yeah. And I also kind of wanted it to be more about she's been kind of intrigued by him and the stories of him and his that one night where he mowed down several people who were attacking the speakeasy, and I kind of wanted this to be more of a she sees a kind of a different side of him here, and that's why she likes him. Really, it's not that that sort of violent thing that's actually the thing that she likes about him. So although she's intrigued, it's I kind of felt like that could take a more,
She's a curious cat, and as they say about curious cats, absolutely nothing wrong happens. Ever.
Yes. Well, the full saying, if you don't know, is that curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back.
Yeah. I love that saying. Actually, on the topic of the suit, Joe Plains is asking, I saw Brad's suit. Did Belle share a picture of his cosplay?
We do have that. I want to ask their permission, though, before I share images of them, specifically.
They posted on Twitter, or...
Oh, did they? Let me,
I think so.
Can you drop a link and I'll show it to the audience?
I actually don't know if it's there. Let me check Brad's Twitter real quick.
Yeah, if they posted it publicly, then it's fine. I just want to make sure I never post pictures of people that they shared here, but they didn't intend to share.
Right.
Else.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
It's sometimes it's hard to remember where they shared it. It's was it on Discord or did I see it on Twitter? Or
it was both, maybe. If it's on their Twitter, it's fine.
Oh, his standalone picture is. I don't see Belle, the picture of him and Belle, though. So we could share.
Have to
I think
message Belle and ask if it's okay.
we're safe to share.
Yeah, you could just if you could just tag them in the Voices channel and be like, "Hey, is it okay if we share that on stream?" Like, if both of them say it's okay, then we'll show it.
Sure. Here's the one where he posted it publicly in streaming chat.
Sure, thank you.
Thank
you for the $5, the Woos, who says, being an animator myself, I'm compelled to ask. How do you guys personally approach tackling a shot you know will be challenging? Curious to know. I invite challenges. Like, if it's a challenge, I actually have an easier time focusing on it. It's when it's just incredibly by the book and dull that I struggle more. Challenges engage me. Because it means I get to learn something new. And yeah, it's going to be a struggle, but I kind of like that. I'm just that way. Alright. Here's Brad in his little Brad suit.
He's so cute.
Whoop! Oh. No. Nope. Oh, no, I'm not taking phone calls right now. Hey. That's Wix VA. He's trying his best. But yeah, he's funny ass dude. Of course him and Belle would be like, let's cosplay. I was joking around with like, yeah, I put some cat ears on, and he was like, that's a great idea, and I'm like, oh no. Oh man. Yeah, there we go. That's one of our guys.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Most
Go ahead.
people came here through Dancing Cat, a couple people through Ashley, but mostly Dancing Ivy.
Yeah. Good job, Ivy. She should have just, like, marketed herself as the headliner for Lackadaisy. Maybe they would have had more success. Be like, everybody wants to come see a jazz baby dance, right? That'll get lots of people in.
Alright, so, McMags, what do you do to practice your animation digitally and traditionally?
Practice? I've been doing too much work to actually practice. It's just work. It's kind of like when you're animating, it's like the best kind of warm-up possible, because there's just so much drawing you're doing that you're gonna get, like, into draw mode pretty quickly.
Alright, Super Radnick, I can't do these names. Supranical Spunkow. How would Zib not handle drinking or smoking for a whole week?
Oh no.
He wouldn't be pleasant to be around, I don't think.
Oh no, Zib in withdrawals. Oh, that would be very entertaining. Yeah.
I mean,
no.
He might resort to something else if he can't drink or smoke. Like
that's why he warns. That's why he warned Virgil about not drinking radiator fluid. It was from experience. Don't be like me.
Don't do what I do.
I used to be able to stand upright once.
Humberto Monteso, do you guys play any music instruments?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I have played piano, guitar, trombone. Let's see, I haven't really engaged with many other media, unless you count, like, smacking the steering wheel as an instrument. Is a cat an instrument?
It's a percussion instrument.
Yes, yeah. Okay, then I can play the cat.
What's
but not
that?
The cat piano. Yeah.
Cat piano, like the cats in Clavier or something like that?
Yeah, the cats where you, like, all the cats are, like, it
has, like, a...
Yeah.
Like...
It, like, smacks them with a sharp object so they go, meow!
Yeah, it's got, like, a stick with a nail, and you just and it hits their tail, and
it's not a real thing.
It's not a real
just
instrument. It's like a joke thing, like someone. I don't know if it was like a patent drawing, like a farcical one or something like that.
Somebody made this really eerie, creepy animation. Called
I remember
Cat
that.
Piano.
Yeah. People used to tell me about that all the time because it had cats in it. Like, have you seen that? I'm like, yes, I have.
Memes is not an instrument. Not enough memes. It is not an instrument.
But I don't play any instruments. No, I wanted to when I was young, but I didn't. Everybody else in my family is like musicians, but I'm the only like, artist.
In another life, I played the flute.
Cool.
So next question. Hunter Powell, is President Coolidge portrayed as a cat in Lackadaisy?
If I were to draw him, yeah, I would draw him as a cat, but he does not make any cameo appearances, sadly.
This one's a curious question. Or at least it is for me. Dapper Top Hatted Lad asks, is Zib homeless? It always confused me when reading the comics.
No, he does technically have an apartment, in quotations. It's more like this like dingy attic garret thing. But he does have a place he lives, like sleeps. But he also, like, I imagine he probably falls asleep in like the backstage, like in his chair at the
he
a lot
exudes derelict. You know what I'm saying?
Derelict, yes.
Derelict.
Zoolander, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's just his fashion sense, you know.
That's just what he auto defaults to. If he tries, the alternatives last about 2 seconds before they go into disheveled.
Yeah, I actually drew something in a patron stream not long ago about his superpower.
Yeah, you want to give me a drop that in?
No, because I don't have
it's a Patreon thing, right?
It's Patreon only, yeah.
Okay. I forgot it wasn't out yet.
Eventually I might post
Speaking of
publicly, but
hey guys, if you want to see art that other people haven't seen yet, that other folks won't see for a while, and make requests of your own, do check out Tracy's Patreon at patreon.com/Lackadaisy.
Thanks for the plug.
There's also Patreon exclusive streams where it's a little bit of a quieter audience, and it's real chill.
Yeah, we do chill art streams with the patron crowd. They get to make requests that I draw for them. So.
There's also the Lackadaisy shop.
Oh yeah, we got shirts now.
We got a cool new T-shirt.
They're very strong. Very brightly colored.
Chow asks, would Zib sleep on the fridge or in the fridge?
Back then it was an icebox.
Can he fold in there? How liquid is he?
He could probably fit in, like, they have varying size compartments, like, depending on, it's like some of it's for...
It's a hot day and Mitzi opens up the icebox and Zib's just curled up inside. And he's like, shut the door, I was napping. My roommate's dog, Moth, every time I open up the fridge, tries to crawl inside. He's not trying to get to the food either. I don't know what his deal is. He'll just, like, I'll open up the fridge. He gets right in front of me, between me and the fridge, and he'll, like, put a paw in the fridge, and I'm like, Moth, get out. And he'll just, like, crawl more into the fridge, and I'm like, Moth, get out. You can't be in the fridge. And, like, I try to spook him out by closing the door slowly on him, and he doesn't move a muscle. He just allows me to squish the door into his butt. And I was just like, Jesus, if I go any further, I'm going to break your little body. Why don't you move?
Because it smells like food in there.
No, he's not interested in the food. He doesn't even look at it. He just wants to be in the fridge.
We do have a question. Basically, what year, or when the short is going to come out.
We are shooting for the end of this year. We might overshoot that by a bit, but yeah, we are getting very close.
Yes.
We can taste it.
Yeah, it's like we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Trust me, shit be moving forward. Part of post-production has started as well at this point. So, cleanup is wrapping up. And,
yeah,
it's
we're
just
working
like,
on the end credit sequence and all that stuff right now, so... Android DX is like, why would you name a dog Moth? I think I asked Ash before why the dog was called Moth, and I think it was his coloration. It was like just like a
he's just
kind
this
of moth.
really... Yeah, he's just got this soft, dusty coloring. He's a little mini Aussie
I think it's a cute
with
name
big
for a dog.
ears. Yeah, but also if you know anything about Moth, the name makes sense. He just kind of flutters around.
He's kind of fluttery.
Yeah.
We have
suits him.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
There's a question in Spanish. I just don't want to copy and paste and log it.
Go ahead. If you could say it in Spanish and then you can say it in English.
Yeah, also feel free to interrupt us too. Like, you don't have to apologize. Be like, just talk over us and be like, here's another question.
Yeah. Your job is to be rude. Please be rude.
I'm the wrong person.
You can fun police us, in fact. We give you that permission if we're rambling, because we're likely to.
We're prone to that.
We're way too chatty.
Oh, goodness. Well, the question in Spanish, una pregunta, ¿cuál han sido sus inspiraciones para crear Lackadaisy? Estoy curioso por saber. In English, I have a question. What has been your inspirations to create Lackadaisy? I'm curious to know.
So, I had these characters as a kid, like I mentioned before, and they didn't really have any context. They were just things I'd draw, like, in my school notes and stuff like that, so that I didn't have to, like, be mentally present during school hours. And so, and then I grew up and took a job in the game industry and kind of got slotted into more of a management position there, where I had previously been doing like hands-on art. Like moved up into being somebody who delegates tasks and hires other artists and reviews portfolios and things like that. And I was kind of feeling creatively unfulfilled, so I kind of started a project. And I had recently moved into an old neighborhood just outside St. Louis, and got interested in the history of the place and found out there were all these caves under the city that had been used during Prohibition for some interesting things, and that intrigued me. I was listening to a lot of like jazz revival, electro swing, and things like that at the time, and it all kind of just like culminated into this idea for a story about a 1920s speakeasy run by cats. And so I ran with it, and I thought initially I'd just like do it on the side in my free time, but it just took over my entire life. So here we are.
And we have a super chats.
Oh, hey, thank you.
So $5 from Rayher. I'm so sorry.
You.
John Rayher?
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
Is Mordecai an ace, or does he have a preference? I think he's an ace, as he considers the alternative to be messy.
I get this question a lot. I'll just say his lifestyle is ace, yes. So it's not inaccurate to say that about him, yeah.
And we do have questions building up. So, Rian, K25, sorry. Are there any scenery that you like in cartoons, Tracy?
Any scenery I like? Oh yeah, I mean a lot of cartoons have amazing like background art, I guess is what the question is about. I mean, who could beat Studio Ghibli's like amazing background paintings? And I like the rear projection stuff that older cartoons, like Fleischer cartoons, did some neat stuff, and more recently, Cuphead was doing some of the same thing. And like I've seen some old like Betty Boop cartoons that do it and stuff. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, God, even like old Looney Tunes cartoons with like the deserts and things, and like the Wile E. Coyote cartoons are great. Like extremely. I don't know, they just have a lot of character to them. They're not realistic per se, but they're just fun to look at. I mean, yeah, lots of animation has really amazing background art. I think it's probably like frequently overlooked because there's colorful moving characters on top of it all the time. But like I follow Nathan Fowkes on Twitter and things like that, and he's done a lot of background paintings for things like I know he worked on like Road to El Dorado and stuff like that. It's like you look at just his background paintings and they're gorgeous, but you almost don't even notice them during the film because all the characters are like so you're just always going to focus on the thing that's moving. But yeah, I don't know, Fable, you might have some things to shout out.
What was the question?
Do you have
any
scenery like in animation?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez, where to start?
I interpreted
it. I think just Lion King altogether. Just freaking the opening to Lion King in particular. Just Jesus Christ, if you're not drooling at that, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I interpreted the question to be about that, but if that person is still here and wants to clarify if that wasn't what they were asking, that's go ahead. We'll try again. But
I'm watching.
Hey, Kare.
Oh, real quick, I want to. Hello. Real quick, I want to acknowledge to Dorian Anderson. Hey, Fable, just an FYI, I'll be working on the portal in the Geode Temple on the Lacquercraft server tonight. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah. I want to come and see. I would really like to help build with something. Like, I'm not, like, I love Minecraft, but I don't do any big things. I'm very much just a meager survivalist who makes a hut or a castle at best. So if anybody has any projects where they just need some hands, I'd be like, I want to try. There was a question up there.
There have been quite a few.
Yeah, keep going.
There is the next one I've got logged is for Fable. Spaghetti and Animator. I got a question for Fable. Do animating rubber hose feel more fun than traditional, or is it the same feeling?
I mean, it is traditional animation, so it's just a style within that particular method. It's definitely fun. It's its own challenge, though, because Rubber Hose has some sensibilities that, while it shares some in common with modern animation, it's so invested in just everything is moving and alive and moving, and like it is very about like just appealing visual chaos, basically, having watched a lot of those old cartoons, because they were so enamored with the fact that they could make things move that they're like, make it move, make everything move, wow, we can make this move, look, like a piano doesn't move like that, isn't that wacky? And so they find fun ways to express movement, and I appreciate that. You know, it spawned a lot of like the toony sensibilities that would come later.
Next one from Craze25. Do you plan to reference the story of the Axeman in the cartoon?
What?
No, it doesn't come up. So the Axeman of New Orleans, the axe murderer who would send out messages that if people weren't playing jazz music actively at night, they were going to get murdered by him with an axe. And he did actually, I think, kill some people, like a couple people maybe. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Attacking them with axes
that's
from
just
their
like
own
New
homes.
Orleans.
It's very weird, yeah.
People are like, well, shit, you don't gotta twist my arm.
Yeah,
let's go out and play.
Like, play jazz music or I'll murder you with an axe. Like,
okay. I mean, of all the threats that could happen, that's just hilarious.
I will note, I actually had planned to kind of make a joke about, like a joke reference to it in the comic, and then I refrained from doing it because they had, like, around the same time, they had, what's that show? American Horror Story or whatever, and they had, like, the Axeman character. Like, they made a whole character out of him with some weird, stupid, I don't know. I hate that show, but whatever. Unpopular opinion, maybe, but yeah, I didn't want to, like, seem like I was just aping that or something, so I just dropped it.
Oh no, we gotta put that back in. That's too fun. Thank you so much for the 2R. I don't know what that is, but thank you so much for the $2 MagRevX. Much appreciated.
Hey, thanks.
Goes towards. By the way, guys, thank you so much for donating. Super chats go towards helping funding the last little tidbits of the cartoon and making sure that it is polished as spick and span as we can.
Yeah, in case you didn't know, making a cartoon is very expensive, so we appreciate the help. We do put this money back into everybody working on this film.
It is not going
a lot
into
of people
our
involved,
pockets.
so
no.
We are not making a profit off this. Thank you to Mia Thompson as well. That's very generous. Appreciate that. And by the way, if you do a super chat, feel free to include a question with it. We'll definitely answer that. So.
It's like we will answer questions in general, but super chats, just by their nature, are just easier to see. Easier to
spot, so.
Yeah. But yeah, if you want other ways to support us also, just to, do the whole, like, song and dance, Tracy also has a Gumroad up where you can check out some of the merch, like shirts and hats and posters and things.
Yeah, hoping to expand that to Ko-fi too, because
we're aware of the Gumroad issues.
We're
getting to that. So.
So next question. Lagging Leland asked, do you want to get the Lackadaisy channel to 100K subscribers?
I mean, that'd be amazing if we could
why not?
manage that before the film comes out, We kind of set our goal at 50K. We've blown past that, which is great. So thank you so much for liking and subscribing.
Yes.
But we just wanted like a good place for the film to have, like, to land when we release it, and to make sure there's like some people who are going to see it. To give it the best chance we can of going somewhere. So a lot of people put a lot of hard work into it, so we want to make sure it's get some eyes on it.
There is a funny question, which is probably just enough. I might plug your Patreon and send that link in chat. But ECD was asking about prints and whatnot, and I linked the Gumroad, and they're like, "Is it possible for them to draw Ivy and Freckles sharing fettuccine Alfredo?"
Oh, you want a Lady and the Champ thing? Let's find out what other things Freckles is allergic to. How about that?
I mean, Patreon, the thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to go find and link. But yeah, there is that. That's funny. John Raher just added another super chat, $5.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, thank you.
Oh, I love this question. Tracy, who do you drink? And if so, what's your favorite imbibe?
My favorite.
I like me some absinthe. You can't go wrong.
Yes.
Absinthe is pretty good. Yeah.
I do partake, yes. Not. I'll usually just fall back on a glass of wine every other night or so, but just so I can wind down and go to bed. I can't like drink before I do work. Like, I know there's like, famous writers and stuff, and always have like
Wait,
like
you
whiskey
just
near them. I'm like,
reminded
how do
me.
you write with how do you drink whiskey and then write anything? And I just like would fall asleep
Speaking
on my
of-
keyboard.
Speaking of, you just reminded me that Jason, the guy who plays Victor, when he came by to sign the posters on my porch, gave me a bottle of bourbon, and I need to go get that and go get a shot. Excuse me, I'll be right back. If you need to know what's my favorite, there you go.
I will occasionally have a vodka tonic or something like that, but usually only if I know I'm going to be I don't have any more work to do, and I usually work late into the night, so I tend not to hit the alcohol very hard. I'm kind of a lightweight, so
That's fun.
Sadly, ironically, I suppose.
Oh, that's valid.
Oh, hey, thanks, Alt Grendel, for the $4.99. Really appreciate that. Will we ever find out why Mordecai kneecapped Victor? It's hopefully you can figure out why. A little bit, at least.
I'm very.
It's kind of was his in Mordecai's mind, I think he was doing Victor a favor, saying, kind of like, I don't want to work for a rival and have to kill you in the line of my job, and so he just kind of put him out of commission instead. And that's Mordecai's version of a kindness. You're welcome.
Mordecai's love language is shooting you in the knee. Like what you would do to a horse.
It's it's not. I'm not saying it was an actual kindness. I'm just saying this is Mordecai's way of thinking of things.
Mordecai, it will just murder people also for money. So the fact that it's I didn't shoot any higher than your knee. It's then I could have genuinely made you retire.
I think choice or not. Among all of the characters, Victor is probably the nearest one that he actually you might describe it as he kind of likes him, or respects him at least. But it might also have been a little bit of his own fear of if he wouldn't want to have to kill Victor, but he also wouldn't want Victor to kill him either. So.
All right. So Kevin Tang asked a question that we kind of glided by, but it's phrased differently. So, who was the character that you worked on the most, and what made them your favorite? But that's the question.
Rocky and Mitzi have been around the longest as characters. It's hard to say who I've worked on the most because it's always kind of it's an ensemble thing where I'm if I'm thinking about one character, I'm thinking about their relation to another character, and that other character's motivations and reasons for doing things, as well as the this or that character. So it's not really. I think about them relative to each other a lot. Then I think about their backstories, but then I also think about them relative to characters that I don't even actually write about, in the comic directly. Probably Rocky and Mitzi and Mordecai.
Okay, and we have a super chat from John Reher again. $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate that.
Will we ever see Lackadaisy RPG where we can roleplay as Anthrocats in Prohibition Chicago?
I don't know. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from roleplaying that, except an actual game platform. If that's, I know there are people who do roleplay it, but usually just on a Discord server or something, they just do their thing. But there's no specific plans for game development or anything. Maybe someday, I don't know.
I mean, there is the Lacka craft server. You can run around, Minecraft.
Oh yes, Minecraft. Yeah, they do kind of. I mean, they've built out a lot of like set pieces and stuff from the comic and things, but and St. Louis. But I don't know that they're role playing so much there. I really don't know.
I haven't been in there enough, but I'm sure a couple people do. A couple people have their fun.
Yeah.
So Joe Plains, Evening, Tracy,
Oh, hey.
you have a name for that marigold bellhop in Volume 2.
Sorry, I spilled something, and so I'm like, shit, now I have to clean this.
Oh
No.
shoot!
Yeah.
Not that bourbon, I hope.
No. Something else. Something worse, honestly.
He is an unnamed character. I guess if like the credits were to roll, he would be credited as bellhop. Confused bellhop. I don't know. He's not a recurring character. That's. But sometimes the community just decides a character has a name, and like they did name that one character Joey.
Yeah. And everybody loves him.
They just decided that he's Joey.
I mean, he is adorable. You did kind of make a puppy dog of a cat.
Yeah. Oh goodness.
I enjoy random background characters with just good design.
I always look at it as like a fun opportunity to just like do something. Like I hate when like I just like end up with something that looks like another character accidentally or something. So I pay more and more attention to that as I've gone on. Like, how can I make this character look really different from the rest of the cast so that they stand out in some way, even though they only maybe appear once or twice.
Super Nautical Spunk, which character from Lackadaisy best fits your guys' personalities?
I don't know. I'm pretty bland.
You're not bland.
Yes,
but
I
you
am.
are. You are kind of like
bland.
Freckle, though. I will say. Yeah.
Yeah, not the murderous, rageful part. Although I have smashed a couple.
Oh, I've heard you when you've gotten loud, though.
Oh, well, yeah. I've never killed any pig farmers or anything, though. Just.
You mean you're not admitting to killing any pig farmers?
Yeah.
Nothing
other
happened.
kinds
What
of
do you
farmers,
mean?
but no, I'm kind of like that sort of. Yeah, some things in common with Freckle in some ways, I suppose. Yeah.
You like a sandwich?
I do like a good sandwich.
Yeah.
Mostly grilled cheese sandwiches, though. Freaking grilled cheese with just like a slice of tomato on it. Oh man,
that is pretty good.
Like I'd rather have that a lot of the time than like something like filet mignon or something. Like the hell with that. Just like give me a grilled cheese and a glass of like wine. And
Crimson Vulps, thank you for the $10, who asks, "Hey yo, what are your rates for art commissioning? And when are you opening again? My brother's anniversary's coming up and I'd like to get a pic of his cats in your style." I assume that's Tracy.
Cool. I'm not sure if I mean, they may be asking you too. I don't know.
I am not available for commissions right now, so.
I do request art for patrons only. I'm not taking commissions outside of that right now, just for lack of time. So I kind of just restrict it to if you're a patron in one of the slots that offers a custom drawing, then I can do that. But yeah, I'm not otherwise doing like commissions. So. But that is one of the things I do is like if people want like a picture of their pet as like a Lackadaisy character, it's one of the options. So
make some cute cats that way.
Yep.
People have cute cats. I can't help it. It's just they're already cute. I just have to put them in like 1920s attire.
I need to get on one of those tiers for the children, but I keep forgetting.
Yes.
All right, moving on.
I mean, I just owe you art for like all of the recipe making and everything you've done. Like once you get your, book together or something, I'll just.
Okay, I'm gonna pay you for your art.
No.
I'm gonna show up at your door, Tracy, with a check.
No, don't be like Kaz.
Tracy. Oh goodness. So next question from Android DX. Lackadaisy. Were there any old films that inspired Lackadaisy, particularly from the 1930s to 50s?
Yeah, I watched a lot of those old films, especially as I was beginning the project. I bought like this collection of really old gangster films that was very charming to me. Public Enemy and things like that. I just really loved White Heat. Gosh.
What was the one we watched with the little girl who was also the con artist?
Oh, that was Paper Moon. That was in black and white, but it was actually filmed in the 70s, I want to say.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So it wasn't really that old, but but yeah, I really love that movie too. Gosh, yeah, I mean, there were quite a few of them. I really like the old 40s noir stuff too, like The Big Sleep and that sort of thing.
All right. So John Reiner asked this question. And I think I know where it's going to go, but here we go. What's your opinion about the AI art programs like Midjourney and DALL-E? Personally, I don't think they'll replace a real artist, but that's just programming.
It's a neural network, and so it certainly has it's got capacity to learn, and it is advancing quickly. I still don't think, I had this argument the other day with somebody, it's not going to replace artists. It will replace some things artists do, but it'll probably be a thing that, just a tool that artists use to do things or facilitate things. You may find people who don't have the budget, for instance, to hire an artist to paint them a book cover, can just go visit Midjourney or whatever and type in the words they want until they get something that looks kind of like what they want. If you really want something very specific, you're going to have a very hard time. If you go in and you're just messing around, you might land on something cool, but if you need something very specific, you're probably going to have a very hard time landing on exactly that. You might have to then have an artist paint over it or something to get it where you want it. Or the artist's job might be to be the person who has the color sense and the design sense and everything to type in the right words to get what they need. Or you might have somebody, I know a lot of prominent artists already are using it. I know some people are using it to generate backgrounds for their comics, or they're using it to clipping apart pieces of it and pasting them together to create weird creatures and things. And I think it's cool. It's just a tool artists are going to use. It's just people say things like this all the time, oh, it's going to replace artists and art jobs, and it's they said that about the camera when that came along. It's yeah, it did replace some things artists do, but the desire to create
evolved.
Things is innately human. It is a thing that humans will do, even if there's a thing that will like a button you can push that will just make some kind of art.
Let me put it this way. Things like AI art generation do not just spontaneously make art on their own. There's always human input no matter what.
Right.
Either the art itself or somebody typing in words.
Yes. If you look at those pictures that they're generating, you can almost always tell if they're using an artist, they're pulling from some fantasy art. I've seen a lot of it that looks like Frank Frazetta work or Beksinski work or something. It's because it's picking up keywords and associating it with this painter that does this, this stuff that also has these keywords associated with it and things, or themes or color or color palette that they commonly use or something. Is taking from artists to make other art, and so it needs that source material that's human input anyway. It's learning from human artists how to make
Yeah,
art.
AI
so
that is generating work based on AI would be pretty intense, though. Like, Google Dream makes some trippy-ass shit.
But even that is also coming from other
yeah.
images already. It's
Yeah,
not
exactly.
It's not
being
the computer
trained on a
just
set.
making up imagery. It
Yeah.
can't do that.
So, like, if you need a picture of a potato, yeah, AI can get you a picture of a potato because there's 1,000 images of a potato. So it's.
But you could already do like stock photography of like, you know, you just find or buy something off of one of those like repositories that steal people's art and then license it out as if they own it. But I mean, it's like, it's just another way to create art. It's just another tool for artists to use. It's just another way for people to, like, say with a camera, you can't hire or you want a portrait of somebody, you no longer need to hire an artist. People still do, though, because it's a different thing that you get out of it than what you get with a camera.
It's a medium. It's a medium. It's like AI art will be its own medium, essentially.
Right. The person with the camera is also an artist. So it's just, it's,
True. As a photographer,
it's like, when you go, I want an oil painting, someone doesn't hand you a photo.
Yeah, sorry, I got riled up about that. Like, the argument.
Yeah, I think a lot of
about it.
Artists
they were like arguing that all art jobs are going to go away soon. And I was like, no.
There's a lot of artists I've seen online who get really doom and gloom about this, but they don't I don't think they're thinking very much about like the history of art itself when that kind of thing happens. It's like, well, yeah, oil painting as a way as being the only method of, like, recreating someone's face that you can see permanently, or one of the few methods. Sure, I'm sure jobs got lost as a result of photography, but also a lot more people were able to get their pictures taken. Like, it opened up the possibility of recording people other than the extremely wealthy who could afford, like, those fancy oil paintings. The average family was not going to have their image saved. Like, that wasn't going to happen. At best, they could get, like, a silhouette trace. They'd have those, like, shadow portraits, essentially. So, I'm not threatened, because, like, anything that could conceivably take over my job by AI just means that I gotta work harder in a different direction. It's like, oh, well, like, currently people are not AI generating cartoons. I'm sure they're gonna try, but it's just not gonna turn out the way you think. It's not gonna be, like, type in newest, bestest Disney movie, and then Disney puts that out. Professional artists are not going to go away.
No.
Right. The argument I ended up making in defense of artists, and I didn't mean to, like, pull my own things into it because it's just an example, but it's like, I asked them, like, could you make Lackadaisy with this thing, and could you ever do that? It's like all of the ongoing thought and revision and personal experience and everything that goes into it. Like, you wouldn't get the same thing. You might get something that looks like it, or that plays out like an AI generated, script. And maybe those AI generated scripts will be very good, and people will use them as a template in the future to, do actual screenplays or whatever. But it's like, you wouldn't get the same thing from it.
Yeah.
And
it's just another way of recombining material to get, like, a new idea. Like, you could also, like, take every topic and, like, throw it on a bunch of cards. Like, you have, like, 1,000 cards, and you toss them in the air, and then you blindly pick 5, and then make that your prompt. So there's a lot of ways that you could, like, initiate that same kind of thing. I don't think it's a threat. I think it's a tool. And, like, any tool, it's like, yeah, I mean, like,
it's just
the computer made it unnecessary to be a computer yourself, but, like, why would you want to keep doing that anyway? So,
yeah. Hey, also, thank you, Crimson Volt. That's extremely generous. I'm sorry the slots are full right now. They do tend to open up, like, more of them open up at usually the start of the month as the Patreon billing cycle starts over, so people get their art and then they step out of the, tier, and then there's room again. But the reason there's a limited number is because I can only draw so many things in a given amount of time. So, sorry about that.
Machine. Yeah.
But thank you very much for the super chat. That means a lot, and we'll go directly to making this film. So,
yeah.
Toonkit says maybe Dolly can be used for storyboards. No.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like you need something so specific. Like, you could maybe individually get kind of vaguely where you need to be with, like, an individual board, but then, like, the next one you'd have to. God, yeah, I can't imagine that would.
that would not go over very well as somebody who has done that like for years as a living. Like,
it's like it lacks that specificity. It's like if you go in. I'm sorry, Fable. Go ahead and talk. I didn't mean to.
Oh yeah, I'm just thinking of the nightmare that would result. It's like you ask it to generate an image for you. Sure, you could do that, but using that for storyboards. You see, it's not really understanding the context of the story very well, or the idea you're trying to get across. It doesn't have, like, it doesn't understand the emotional content of what you're going for and how you're trying to depict that. So, no, I don't think AI would make a good storyboard. I think it'd make a freakishly weird storyboard.
It might be a hilarious fun storyboard, but
yeah.
It might be a fun project to try to make a film based on storyboards generated by.
I've seen some guy make
neural net,
AI art based on lyrics from music, and that was really funny. But like after you see like about 100 different images, like made by even Midjourney, which is one of the higher tier ones, you're like, oh yeah, no, this shit's gonna get repetitive fast if people keep making these. But it is very entertaining.
I'm seeing lots of repetitive things. Like, almost anything horror looks like a Beksinski painting. It's like, it's all got that extremely textured, painterly look. And it tends, it's like it's not, I don't know. But I think it's right now, as it stands, it's a thing where you can go in and fiddle with it and get something cool out of it when you don't really have a direction necessarily, or you're flexible as to what you want to arrive at. But when you need that extreme specificity, that like very controlled, like this has to match up with this and be timed correctly with this, and it has to change the camera angle gradually to this, and you can't do that with that right now.
Like that's hard to do as a human being, let alone as an AI. Yeah.
Speaking of human beings and artists, I can't.
Okay, it's okay. Take a breath and then keep going.
I'm doing really badly at this. Sarah Tennell's series is all Lackadaisy animators women.
No. In fact,
I'm not a woman, so right off the bat, there you go.
We have all sorts of types of people.
Yeah, it's like name a gender. There you go.
Yep.
We got men, women, non-binary, etc., etc., etc. Fuck, I even have blue hair. What more do you want? Gotta have blue hair.
Yeah.
As Strong Bad once said. Yeah.
Chow is writing for characters like Mordecai difficult at all. I know for sure I tend to have a hard time grasping straws for characters like him.
There are certain character types that I do struggle with a bit. Mordecai's not one of them. For some reason, probably. I try to like find a thing I can relate to about them and use that as like the entry point for like understanding them. He's extremely critical and self-critical underneath that, and very likes to present himself as very organized and together and very rigid, but like when I think about where that stems from, it's like, oh, that's very relatable actually. I can like kind of see why he would be that way, and so I write from that sort of standpoint. And like the social anxiety is really the thing that like makes him this way, because he doesn't know, he's not willing to risk acting in a way that he thinks is going to be perceived as unacceptable. And by doing that, by being so focused on that, he actually does come across as like socially unacceptable in a lot of ways, because he's so just corralled in. And then of course he lashes out occasionally, because you can only keep up that extremely tight facade for so long before it'll just unravel at the smallest thing. And so I think it's probably like the social anxiety thing that I can relate to with Mordecai. And although I don't like, my social anxiety doesn't manifest in the same way I think as his, it's just a point by which I can like try to think like him. And characters like who are the more outgoing, actually, I have a harder time with. Like the more like very assured and confident, like Nico. I had like I struggled for a while to like get into his head. I think I've kind of like, figured him out at this point, but yeah, he's just so different from what I am like or could ever imagine myself being. Like just very at ease around other people, and confident, and it's not a charade, and he has like social skills and stuff. Like he has charisma, and so that's tricky for me because I don't exist in that headspace. Like I have to like deliberately try to get into that headspace and try to figure out what that's like and then write from that standpoint. And so yeah, it's a little harder, but it's a fun challenge. It's like this like psychological game you get to play, like get into the head of this character.
Sometimes it's fun to play around with a character that's very different from you.
Yeah,
but,
it is.
Yeah.
It's challenging. It's difficult is what I was saying. It's not that it's not fun. It absolutely is fun.
As someone who helped write the script, though, it's like Mordecai also comes very easily for me. I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's just basically my family.
Yeah.
It's like there is a very short line between me and that character. I just know how that one talks and how they think.
Yeah. Being a kind of a nerdy person myself, like I know a lot of other people who are also, and like having worked in games and comics and everything, like we've all got this social anxiety, and so yeah, maybe it is pretty relatable, even though none of us have gone on to be like mob hitmen or anything like that.
Not presently. I mean, let's see how far the country goes, and then I might have to readjust my moral standards.
Point, right? We'll, yeah. But
Look, I promise it'll only happen to people that deserve it, as
right.
for my own saying, which you should totally trust when someone says shit like that. Yeah.
But feeling like confined that way, and then just like using that as a defense mechanism, I think that sort of like standoffishness and uptightness, but underneath the surface, he's just like overanalyzing every situation.
That tone of voice is just
bottling
really
himself
fun.
up.
Whenever I'm joking around with you, and I'll like ape the characters a little bit in the moment, like Mordecai is just really fun. I can understand why Sung Wong wanted to go for that. I'm like, nah, he's really fun.
And piggybacking off of this, a couple people have asked, do you have a hard time with Rocky, or is Rocky is Rocky difficult to get into the mindset of? How hard is his insanity to get into?
No, because it's just it's sort of like, I don't know if you've ever felt like over emotional about things. Like you might not show it on the outside, but the way he does, he's like very demonstrative. But I think a lot of people maybe have points where it's difficult to keep your emotional reactions to things in check. I think we've all been at points in our lives impulsive and desperate and making bad decisions because of that, but also having like that that creative streak. It's kind of hard to resist like doing things with it. Like all of those things, I guess, are the basis on which I relate to Rocky. Like I'm not like, his personality is very different from mine. He's way more outgoing and gregarious, and like openly seeks the approval of others and things like that. And I don't let on like that. I'm very shy and quiet and everything, like I said, but and bland. But he's but usually people like that have kind of a loud things going on in their head, I think, and so it's easy to then just like take that and turn it into an outward facing character, I suppose.
George Hopkins
kind
was
of
like,
a
got
different sort
quesadilla
of
coming. I envy you.
A different sort of like outgoingness though than what Nico has, where Nico's just this like self-assured, like those kids in high school or whatever, where that are in like the top level clique, and you're just like, why are they so popular, and how do they have such an easy time with all this and everything, and you're just like over there like little nerd like just
Rocky
hoping nobody makes fun of you today.
Rocky strikes
is
me
not
as a
that.
man, as a violin string that is turned way too taut.
Right. Rocky is more the
Yeah.
kid in school who was always in trouble because he just could not sit still in his seat. He wasn't trying to be disruptive. He just was because it just the whole setup of school just did not. He couldn't like could not sit still that long. Could not pay attention like that. Like it's not that he's not smart. It's that he just can't learn this way. This very structured way. Like it just isn't gonna ever.
The 20s is a
be
bad
fit
time
him,
for a
so-
guy like him, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've joked about like what 2020s Rocky would be instead, and it's like on the one hand better, but on the one hand worse because TikTok exists now.
Yeah,
And
there's
YouTube.
there's medication and things and mental health care
Fair.
that certainly did not exist. Like obviously our mental health care system.
Yeah,
in this society
conversations about
is
mental
not
health as well.
ideal,
like,
but
yeah.
yeah, but you couldn't even talk about it back then because people would like the assumption was, well, if you have
Yeah.
mental health problems, you should be institutionalized and there just wasn't any
Yeah.
line between. There was no like in between. It's either like you are going to be institutionalized or you're fine. And anything in between
and
was
it was like that
something
for
that's
a
very
long time. Like a
very
really
hush hush and you
long
don't talk
time.
about
Yeah.
it. Yeah, you don't let on that there's a problem or
Mm-hmm.
the type of things people would whisper about, like, oh, he had a breakdown, like that kind of thing.
I have a theory that like a 2020s Rocky would be slightly more self-aware just because it's part of conversations in general, but his ability to cope would vary tremendously depending on circumstances.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Access because it's like a self exacerbating problem because the more like out of like dysfunctional that you are because your brain chemistry is off kilter and you are acting impulsively or doing things that are self-destructive even though you don't intend to, like the less likely you are to be in a situation where you have like the stability you need in order to get access to healthcare, like you're having a steady job that gives you health insurance or whatever.
And it
so,
also depends on where you are. So if we're talking about like Rocky in 2020's Missouri, he's probably gonna have an especially difficult time. So
yeah, it wouldn't
depending.
be especially great place to be dealing with that, but
yeah.
certainly would be better than the 20s. The 20s actually was a
yeah.
time of some progress in psychiatric care. Like Freud, however deeply flawed he was a kind of like step forward in that it introduced people to the idea of seeking mental health care that wasn't like institutional. It was like you just seek it to try to help yourself better understand yourself, get feel better or whatever, like the psychoanalysis thing. And it was popular among rich people and people who had money to like sit there and talk to somebody like him for hours. So it wasn't really accessible or anything at that time.
Yeah,
but it was
poor
definitely,
Irish boy like
idea.
Rocky ain't gonna get it. So
Yeah, no,
unfortunately,
but it was like definitely a step forward, and there were beginning to be like in between places where you didn't have to be necessarily institutionalized and you could still get treatment. It wasn't, was not the best, but it was at least a step toward,
better than institutionalization.
Not everybody needs to be
where
locked
it's just
up
like
in a
throw
very,
them
very
in prison.
badly, like,
yeah,
basically into a torture prison for the rest of your life, locked away and forgotten about. Was kind of like,
and I'm sure in some ways he might even be. I don't know. It's like he strikes me as someone who's like mildly aware of what he's dealing with, and it's like just. It's scary knowing that you're different than other people and that difference could get you into severe trouble where they'll just decide we're going to put you away. And that's scary as fuck. Like, it's scary as fuck to know that there's just something about, like, the way you think that society considers so threatened that it goes, let's put you away now.
Yeah.
Now you're out of the system, and it's not...
That is exactly
thought.
why people didn't talk about it
Yes.
when somebody was having a problem, because they didn't want that to ever come into the conversation.
Yeah.
And speaking of this conversation, Norberto Sanchez is asking, probably shouldn't say this, but YOLO, is it possible that Rocky might have autism?
Possible, but I don't want to like. Well, I do like to talk about psychiatric care and things like that as from a historical standpoint and things like that. I don't really like putting exact labels on the characters. I'm totally fine with it if you want to speculate or put the pieces together and come up with a conclusion yourself. That's totally fine. But I just don't want to, because these characters are fairly outlandish and exaggerated versions of human beings and things like that. They are cartoons, they're cats, and this sometimes it gets very silly, and I don't want to like come across like I'm trying to portray that and be like, yeah, this is an autistic character and here he is burning down a pig farm. Like, no, I don't want to do that. That just seems like casting really unfair. I don't know. It's like these characters
Could
are
I
not.
Speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So as someone who actually is diagnosed with autism, I'll say that I think it's totally fair to interpret some of that into the characters. And while there is going to be some dodging from that, just because the degree to which people tend to vilify actual people based on fictional characters' actions, that's one reason why you tend to dodge the question. But I think if you have a read on the characters where they are neurodivergent on any particular level, I think that's an absolutely valid reading.
Yeah, it's definitely fine with that, and thank you for putting that more concisely than I was able to.
Rocky is absolutely at minimum neurodivergent. Like, that much is clear. Exact diagnoses, but yeah.
Right. There are already so many bad depictions, like badly handled, irresponsible depictions, I feel, of like mental health issues that really make it seem like these people, these people who suffer with, say, schizophrenia or something are extremely dangerous individuals or something. It's like, no, most of the time they're a danger to themselves and almost nobody else. Like or they're fine, and so I don't want to like add to that by having these like really destructive mobster cats be somehow representative of any of that, because they're not.
But if you like look at Rocky or any of the characters and you go same, dude, I understand.
Yeah, if you totally find relatable things in there, and you feel like you have, because I mean, like they're based on people I know and real and things that I've experienced myself and historical figures and things like that. And so they do come from a real place. They're just like, a bit amped up for the sake of telling us, exciting story, or hopefully exciting. But but I don't want to like then take that and venture into, well, I'm depicting, this or that thing,
I think if if you originally went in with the intention of, oh, this is a character who has X, and like that's what you're exploring,
right? You can actually
then, you could give a more definitive answer.
Write that in fiction and do it well. But I don't feel like this vehicle is the one for that. So it's like, are they like kind of based on things that people really experience? Yes, but I'm not going to diagnose them, and then that's all I'm saying. I just don't want to add to the problems that people already have dealing with mental health issues by.
And this is the same because we had this same question but for Mordecai. So same thought stand, I imagine.
So is Mordecai autistic?
People have said,
you can like you can totally read him as such. They're
Yep,
I get it.
It's valid to read him that way. Yes. Just not going to put a pin on it and pin in it and be like, yes, this is exactly what he is, and here's his I just don't want to go down that road with it. That's all.
Yeah. So ECD, Lackadaisy, are all the cats of Italian descent?
No. Horatio is, and Dom is, but most of them are not. Some of them are Irish, Jewish, just Anglo-Saxon descent. Yeah. So it was just Cajun Creole, probably Haitian and
It'd be a mix.
yeah.
So jumping on over, James Blackmon, where did the Jazz Cat music come from?
What was it? Pond 5?
Palm 5, yeah. It's a site where you can license music.
Yep. It's got some good music. I mean, there's lots of places you can license music from, but that was the
They have
best
some
one
really
we
good
found
electro
for that
swing.
particular. Yeah.
Neon Pyre has a humorous question. Has Ivy and Freckles voice actors recorded lines of them meowing?
In fact,
Yes, actually, we got everybody doing a meow. Everybody's got a meow.
Yep.
I'll do something with that later.
Oh my gosh. Did Prosy D did one too?
Yes, there is a few versions of a Mordecai meow. And also an actual goddamn meow, because I mean someone's got a cat too, after all. Kenny's got a sense of humor as well. Yes, everybody has a meow. It was really fun of them. One of them was like, "Why do you need a meow?" And I'm like, "It's just sort of a funny thing. It's nothing weird. Trust me."
we're going to blackmail you with it.
Yeah, we're gonna release to the internet your meow. Like if you don't do X, Y, Z. No, anything but that. I think Sungwon actually went nyan at some point. That was great. Yeah. I do have a recording of Sungwon going nya.
I want to hear that. I gotta find it for me one day. Eventually. Speaking of Sungwon, Drake or Stegso, how did Prosy D get involved in your project?
He had actually way back, when Lackadaisy was young and Prosy D was just getting started with his online, presence. He did some Lackadaisy dubs. I think you can still find him on his YouTube channel from like ages ago. And he did just such a good job with it. We figured we'd reach out and be like, "Hey, remember those like Lackadaisy comics you did?" Like,
yeah,
dubs
when we
for?"
were talking about
And-
who are we going to hire to be the voices, and we were like, well, we have to figure out Rocky and Mordecai first. And I was like, Michael Kovac did like a really good job on like a couple of stuff I really enjoy. Maybe I could reach out to him. What do you think, Tracy? Who sounds like Mordecai? And you're like, well, there's this one guy, Prosy D, but he's like a really big deal. I don't know if he'd be interested. And I was like, I'll get in touch. And you're like, wait, no, but and I was like, I'll go get in touch.
Like,
So
I
I
didn't know
sent
if
him
I
an
had to,
email.
go through
Yeah.
an agent or something, because he was just like, by that point, when he first started doing those dubs, he was at a small audience, and he was just getting started out, and so I didn't think when we contacted him, I'd be like, he probably is gonna say no. He's like a big deal now and everything. So, but Fable didn't know who I was talking about, so Fable just went. Like,
I don't know things. I just go, where's the
Contacted him.
email? And I don't look at numbers or anything. I'm like, yeah, that looks good. I'll get in touch with this guy. Hopefully he
And,
responds.
thankfully, he did not think we were trying to scam him or anything like that, and he agreed to do it. He was very, very graciously, and so we worked with him on it. He came in for several recording sessions for new comic dubs and for the film and everything. So very glad to have been able to work with him on that. He's
That's fun.
very funny. He voices a very serious sounding character, but he's very funny and
Yeah,
chill and everything.
the man knows delivery. It's like we joke about like accidentally casting the characters as themselves, but thankfully Sung Hwang is not very like Mordecai like that. It's like otherwise he'd be impossible to work with. It's like no, he's a delight to work with. It's very cool.
he gets lots and lots of work, so he must be doing something right.
Yeah.
And it's not just your talent; it's also the and your skill. It's also like, are you good to work with? That goes a long way toward getting you more work. So
yeah, if you're insufferable, nobody wants to work with you, no matter how talented you are. So
yeah, but no, he was wonderful, and yeah, we're lucky to have a chance to work with him.
Yeah, everybody's been a ton of fun to work with, really. It's not just him, but yeah, can't sing his praises highly enough.
Yep. Well, speaking of the film, Sparky Fireflower, how long would the short film be roughly?
All told, probably about 25 minutes. It's the film itself is 23. We're working on the credit sequence. Might add another 2 minutes or so on there. So, yeah.
Alrighty. Eric Fields. Because of the era, how many of the characters are addicted to morphine?
Well, this actually comes up in the comic. I don't think a lot of them are addicted to morphine. Actually, it was a controlled substance by that point. They used to just put it in things. You could still get it from like cough syrup and stuff. Like Paregoric would have a little bit of morphine in it and stuff. Like that would be like a cough suppressant you'd give to kids for a cold or something. It basically would just zonk them out.
Gotta get them kids hooked on that morphine.
Well,
like, it's gotta turn into adults sometime.
If you're comatose, you won't be coughing. Like, yeah, that's great. But there certainly were still a few, opium dens and things like that around, and laudanum was the real reason that opiates initially became controlled substance. Laudanum was overprescribed by doctors. It's probably a familiar story, sounding story, just like opiates today, and people were just getting addicted to it left and right, and so finally they're like, yeah, we maybe shouldn't be handing this out willy-nilly like this. It's causing a problem. But yeah, Victor has been handed some laudanum for his injury for pain control, and he's been hitting it pretty hard.
So next question, and I love this question: spaghetti and animator. Oh, that reminds me, Tracy, what did you do for your birthday?
I did a little outing to the Current River and swam in the river for a little bit out by Welch Spring, which is it's a natural spring, but also the location of a would-be like wellness hospital thing. Like early in the 20th century, this doctor tried to build a hospital over the top of this spring because he felt like the air would be good for people with like asthma and consumption and things like that, because the air was like pollen free coming up out of the caves. And so there's like this ruined hospital building there. The wellness center never became a thing. Like this was a popular thing around that time, like these like wellness retreats and stuff. Like you'd go and like sit in the spring water and be healed and things, that sort of stuff. But yeah, went and hung out there and swam in the river and explored the ruins, and it was cool. Did a little hiking. But that was my treat to get out of the house. And aside from that, like the Lackadaisy all wished me a very happy birthday, which was lovely of them. They were posted art and messages and stuff. That was very cool stuff. But yeah, usually
put up a little video on your birthday too.
Yeah, that was the main thing. Was the I decided for my birthday I wanted to share some animation, so we posted something on Twitter. That's a little peek at some of the composited scenes that
It looks gorgeous.
that we've been working on. So I can drop a link in here if you guys haven't seen it.
Sure, I can show it to them.
Sure. Well, I figured I'd just
drop a link in the chat. Yeah, because I don't think it's going to play that well on stream.
Yeah, it'll just look choppy.
I'm gonna jump over to the next question because I've got 2 pages of questions. Do the characters know they're cats? They don't act feline at all, except for their tail and ear movements. From Sophia Cantwell.
No, it's really not meant to be especially literal. They are functionally, for the purposes of story, they're people. It's a story about people. It's just that they are represented with cats because of reasons. Mostly for the visual levity, the pun of jazz cats and alley cats and fat cats and things like that. The fact that I feel like maybe that sort of like gangster charisma is kind of akin to the way cats win us over. Even though they can be major assholes, they're also extremely lovable, for better or worse. And yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like a natural fit for this kind of story that they'd be cats. But yeah, there's a lot of like reasons that are a little tricky to explain. Why I feel like it works better like this than if I were to draw them as human characters, but yeah, they aren't like, it's not about them being cats, and so I don't pay any attention to, like, their tails become things I use for composition and for some like expression, like emotion, like if their tails get puffed up or something because they're startled. But they otherwise, yeah, it's not something they like acknowledge ever.
There was that joke I made though.
That's true. That's true. We did change that a little bit for the film. In the comic, they don't ever acknowledge like the fact that they even have a tail. Like you'll never see one of them like get their tail stepped on, or nobody gets like shot in the tail or loses a tail or something. It's just not like that. It's just not the purpose of their tail. It's like. But in the animation, we found like it was harder to ignore because they're actually moving around on the screen, and so the fact that their tail is there becomes kind of unignorable. And so we kind of like just used it to make some visual jokes. Wherein Rocky's tail
just can't resist
Freckles' face.
It's a big fluffy tail. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I liken it to like if you can find a human equivalent to some action going on there, then it's in some ways justifiable. So like the tail thing is like, have you ever like just stuck your foot out and you're just like getting in someone's way basically, and it's kind of like that.
Or you just elbow somebody in the face accidentally because you're just like moving around and they're like standing behind you, and you just keep like accidentally like jabbing them or something.
Yep.
We kind of
Rocky's that kind of guy. So.
Specifically Rocky's tail like that because just he's always moving and not always very situationally aware.
It's like me. I walk backward into people. If I had a tail, it'd be easier. Speaking of questions, I've got one in Spanish. ¿Desde cuándo llevan haciendo estos proyectos? Translation is, how long have you guys been doing this project?
We started in actual production started in 2020. Just as COVID was settling in,
which was
so spring.
Great.
We ran the Kickstarter between March and April 2020. We didn't get the funds until May, and that's when we started, hiring people aboard and things like that. But we'd also been in pre-production kind of before that to get everything set up. And I think we hired all of our like rough animators in June and July.
Yeah, something like that. Yep.
So 2 years we've been working on it.
An on-topic question is from Bubba Bacon. Is this movie eventually going to lead towards a TV show?
I don't know. That would be cool. We can't say for certain because there's so many things that would have to fall into place for that to happen. Like, you can't just like make a thing and be like, now put it on TV. You like call up Lauren Michael or something and be like, put it on. Like that doesn't work that way.
That would be really cool if it did, though. I mean, if we had Lauren Michael's number, they're like, "Hey, Lauren Michael, you want to put this on
he's
TV?
on my.
No, I wouldn't make use of that or something. Yeah, good drinking buddy, me and Lauren Michael.
Alrighty. James Blackmon, will the Lackadaisy universe ever make it to the World War II time period?
No, the story doesn't extend that far into the future.
Speaking of the story, from Hothgar Enthusiasts, when are we going to get new comic pages?
When the film is done, because I do not have the physical, mental, or emotional bandwidth for it right now. I'm just overwhelmed with things to do relating to the film, and keeping it funded, and keeping patron art coming, and keeping Kickstarter rewards being done, and doing all the book re-editing, because this is also in tandem with me switching to a new publisher, and so we have to reprint all the books and a new book, and that's relaying everything out again has been quite a lot of work. I still have a lot of work on Volume 2 to do. Volume 1 is complete. The art book is complete. We're just waiting to print them. That's a bit tricky because, COVID threw everything into chaos in the print world as well as every other industry. But yeah, I've been doing, that and lots of other things that I wouldn't normally be spending time on. So I had to I did not intend to, but I had to put the comic aside. There just isn't enough caffeine in the world to keep me as awake as I need to be to
essentially the Patreon means a lot because that support helps make more stuff possible get done faster as well.
Right. I do post I do post
Mm-hmm.
little short mini comics and goofy things and stuff for patrons as often as I can. In the meantime, they've been very patient with me, still doing their rewards and everything. So the comic will be back. I'm very eager to get back to work on it. It's driving me nuts that I'm not doing comics right now, but yeah, but this had to happen, and we're gonna finish it by gum. So
the Umpire says, I remember an episode of the podcast Fine Tuning with Jim Hill, a Disney historian, and Drew Taylor, where they talked about this project was fully funded. I would love a link to that. I would love to find where people are talking about this, because
cool.
I know, talking to friends of mine, that the buzz about this is getting around. You'd be surprised, some of the people I've talked to who have heard about this. So I would just really love to find out who is talking about it, because I'm kind of curious what their sources are, because I imagine it's not just Kickstarter. They're not just I was browsing Kickstarter and found this. So I'm just kind of curious. The different avenues. Also, I don't know, just sheer curiosity.
That's valid. Speaking of the project, Sour Tenel Siri, do you think your animation will blow the internet and get so viral? Or do you think it's going to get normal viral? Or do you think...
I don't know how you make that metric.
I don't know
what numbers are you talking about? Yeah.
But... I mean,
10 billion views. Okay.
I'll take normal-ish viral. I my concern is that it comes out and just goes nowhere or gets taken down off YouTube because somebody falsely flags it as something or whatever, and that'd be disastrous for us. But or some technical glitch or something causes a problem.
Try not to think about those nightmares.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to make a cartoon.
Anything could even though you've worked 2 years of extremely intense high pressure work on this thing, and you've exhausted yourself to the bone. It does not negate the fact that something stupid could happen that could just wreck your chances of going anywhere or something. But I also just hope like people like it and will watch it and maybe watch it again and tell their friends about it and stuff, and that would be amazing. And I don't really know what to expect. I don't think it'll be like, I don't think it's going to like sweep the internet or anything like that, but like I think people like animation and cats and that sort of thing.
A lot of people so fervently disagree with you.
Yeah, I really disagree. I think this is gonna implode the internet, and I'm here to sip coffee and watch the nuclear reaction.
That would be very entertaining.
Thanks.
I want to see people bitching about this project because they're like, can you believe someone with blue hair and pronouns was involved in this? And I'm like, fuck yeah, I meant internet enemy number 1, baby!
Like, they wouldn't...
Let's go!
They know who makes all of the entertainment that they enjoy? Like, do they not know?
No, they don't. They don't know. They pretend it's somebody else entirely.
I guess that was kind of a rhetorical question that they don't know, but it's like, I'm sorry, but like pronouns make all of your stuff.
I have a little secret for y'all. Queers make cartoons. We just do. It's inescapable. And games and movies. All the art you see. Artist is a gender, basically, at this point.
You are taking in. Sorry, but yeah.
I regret to inform you, but the straights don't own this one. Are there straight people in animation? Sure.
Yes.
As far as I know. Are there a lot of?
They exist.
Yeah, it is rumored that straight people exist in the industry writ large. I jest, but it's only somewhat of a jest. Let's see.
Oh goodness. Speaking of which, I actually want to share this one. So somebody, Captain Ace. Hi, just wanted to say I've been a silent follower for a while since Lackadaisy came out on Webtoon. I think you guys are doing amazing, and I hope you all take care along with many good breaks. Just wanted to share that positivity.
You know the break I want? I want to like eat sushi. I've had a craving. Especially we had like a really long 2 weeks working on something, and I was just like, at the end of that, I was like, I want sushi. I really want some sushi. I just want to sit down with some fish on some rice. I would love that.
Speaking of other shows that semi-broke the internet, Nyanpire the Cat have you guys checked out the Cuphead show?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of it. I haven't seen the whole thing.
Yeah, I haven't gotten all the way through, but I was enjoying watching that. I was even watching some of it with the Laugh folks a while ago. That was fun.
Alrighty, from Eric Fields, if the show took place in the contemporary era, what illicit business would the characters be into instead?
I have a dark joke, but I'm not gonna go there.
Oh.
Yeah.
They would be in business. That's the answer.
I mean,
they would be in business. There's always business.
You've got to broaden your portfolio a little bit, probably, so who knows? All of the things that they could traffic.
There is many a thing. So just name a few off the top of your head, and the answer is sure, yes, okay. They're looking to make a buck, in a way that's not legal, so. But they won't traffic in NFTs. I'll say that. No, they wouldn't do that.
No. So, Craze25, will there ever be a scene on a steamboat on a river in the evening? You can't have a cartoon set in the 1920s without one.
There is one that factors into the story. I can't tell you in what way, though, but...
one shows up, so...
Yeah, I mean,
because you're right. You are right.
You can't see them in the background in some shots, but they haven't really been the focal point. But
no. But we were also like, man, you gotta have a steamboat. You gotta have a just like little paddle boat going out.
see, from Julia Bisna. What's your favorite history and why?
My favorite history.
5 minutes
maybe-
ago.
Yeah.
Food. History of food.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If we're going like categories. That's
Yeah, I don't know if they
interesting
mean
one.
like category or like time period or like given time.
I like the history of different like science subjects. Like when you look into them, like it's not just, hey, here's some information about the world. But once you dig into the history of a science, you come to really appreciate the effort that goes into building up our understanding of the world and how much it evolves. It's really interesting. Just pick a subject, any subject.
I'm here for food history. If y'all ever want to get me going over in Discord, you can totally get me going with that. There is a question that has come up in.
okay, thanks Tim for being
It's
on top
okay.
of the
We don't have to mention
situation.
them. Yeah. Don't pay them any mind, people. That's just YouTube. Mods
Maybe
on
that
it.
just summons them every time we say the word.
Yeah, that's what it's like. Don't give them any attention.
Like,
Don't acknowledge their
you
existence.
want some more?
So I've got a question that people have been chatting about it in chat, so I think it's a good question to ask. Von Vegas, random question, but let's say if you get picked up by a studio to make a Lackadaisy animated series, which voice actor would you absolutely, under any circumstances, never replace?
None of them.
I mean,
All of
I'd
them
like
would
to have
stick.
all of them
Yeah.
back. There's not a one I would not want to work with again.
Yeah. We chose them for a reason. We feel really strongly about who we chose. So, yeah, I like the only reason why somebody might get recast is if it was something where it just didn't work out for them. But as far as I know, like chatting with all of them, like they really love these characters, and I really would like to bring them back.
Same. Yeah, they've expressed interest in doing more, and I would love to have that opportunity. That would be
One big motivation to make this go beyond just the short itself is just because I love working with these people. Cast, crew, everybody in between. I mean, there's not really any in between with cast and crew, ultimately.
So Marco Mangiani, are you animating the rubber hose style as it was or as people remember it? I've heard that is a thing usually done in movies and animations.
I mean, I'm not being super strict because if I was, it would actually be a little rougher. It still needs to hold up to some modern standards, but because like OG rubber hose animation from the late 20s is not. It's more sophisticated than you would think for the time, but it also, the way that I work would be kind of incongruous to it. So it's more like I have to like fit my style into that. And with the animator that I'm also doing some work with, where we're collaborating on this. So we have Ice Arts right now who did Ben on the double bass here, and the Brass Boys, Zib, JJ, and Psy, or rather Zib, Psy, and JJ if you're going like left to right. Ice Arts animated all of them. And we did a lot of back and forth to make sure that like our approach really felt rubber hose. And just Ice Arts just delivered such a nice, clean thing. This isn't going to be any problem for anybody to clean up. Meanwhile, my shit looks like just ultimate chicken scratch. It's like, look at poor Mozzie there. I'm trying to tie him down a bit because I'm like, oof, if I was a cleanup animator, I would not like what I was given here. So I'm just trying to fix it. But yeah. I love them Brass Boys.
I like that name just stuck.
It was just like something we said, like, just I don't know, like those, the Brass Boys, because
yeah,
it's
we
just
were
a
trying to
trio.
refer to
Yeah.
them like we're gonna group them over here, like
It
just
was just a natural fit, and I can't help but think of them as probably having been referred to as that before Zib was the band leader. It's like it was the Brass Boys. Yeah.
All right. I've
The
got,
little like brass instrument click right there.
The boys with the
Oh my god,
brass.
can you imagine a younger Zib and like how much of a gremlin he might have been?
Very gremlin.
Yeah.
I have a question from Kai.
Good night, Naberto.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Norberto. Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday to you too.
Happy
Oh, it's
birthday. Yeah.
Getting old to think.
Felix the guy.
Yep.
Kare is a question for everybody, even me, apparently. Have you ever watched animated shows from other countries that are not the US, Canada, and Japan? If so, from what countries and which shows?
I mean, whenever I stumble on something, there's so many good Korean ones. I really love Soviet era cartoons are fascinaning. They're just the style.
Well, there was
and, like,
that
the
one
approach that they
Bulgarian
tell the stories.
cartoon
Yeah.
we watched.
Treasure Planet.
Yeah.
That was amazing. A national treasure, I'm sure. There was this South African, I think it was a South African CG cartoon about a zebra who was like missing half his stripes or something. That was cute. I think it was called Zumba, something like that. But yeah, that was enjoyable to watch. There's like tons of Australian stuff. So yeah, I know Flying Bark is located in Australia, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and they did the TMNT, you know, so everybody screaming about the TMNT and the movie that just released, like, that's an Australian studio. Actually, there's, like, a lot of animation in Australia. Disney would regularly outsource to there.
Mm-hmm.
Way back when, so.
Oh, they know which movie we're talking about.
Kumba! Yeah.
Oh, Kumba,
Thank you.
okay.
Yeah, Kumba the zebra.
Oh yeah, Cartoon
and Treasure
Saloon
Planet,
is
yeah.
what, out of Ireland or the UK?
Yeah.
I know.
Yes, they are out of Ireland, and then yeah. Oh my God, there's so much good French animation. I love.
Oh yeah.
The Rabbi's Cat is a fantastic movie. That's a French movie. There's like Triplets of Belleville. That's classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are definitely places in the world that probably are producing animation that we just never get access to, though. Like, I have to think.
Yeah.
A lot of, like,
shown more
Central Eastern
internally.
Europe stuff and parts of Asia where we just don't really get.
There's a lot of
just
there's
doesn't
a lot
come
of, like,
here,
Central
you know,
American cartoons and like cartoons out of Brazil that I've never seen before, and then when I
Yeah.
talk to somebody who's from there, they're like, "Oh yeah, check this out," and I'm like, "Yo, never seen it." Like Top Cat's
I have
really
seen, like-
popular apparently in like Mexico and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So fun fact, I need to go hug Kari because Kari pulled something out of my childhood.
Oh.
And I went and I Googled it because I didn't want to talk here and not know what I was talking about. So when I was a child, my dad showed me a Cuban animated cartoon called Emilio Valdez. And it was about the Cuban Revolution, you know, before, not like during the 1800s. And it was animated and created by a comic artist and Cuban animation director, Juan Manuel Padrón Blanco. Per the usual, super Hispanic name. But it was just so amazing because when he put it on for me, it was like, this isn't Disney. Why are you putting on? He's like, shush, this is your heritage. You need to sit and you need to watch. And,
Correct.
and it's I have to show you later, probably like a picture of it. But
I think someone's asking you to type out the name of it so they can.
Yeah.
Yes, I can do that. I'm copy and pasting from the internet, but that is the name of the cartoon. But it I remember seeing it, and it was so different, and yet at the same time, it was so amazing to watch, even though it wasn't Disney, and it was entertaining, and it was very fluid, and now here, sitting here, looking it back, it was done by, like, literally 3 people. And I need to go thank Kare, because I never bothered to check on this. It's astounding. But, yeah.
Oh, Bluey. Oh, yeah. Bluey is like one of the best kids' cartoons out there right now. Bluey is so good. Gotta recommend Bluey. If you want the story of, like, a really charming, cute story about, like, an Australian healer and her family. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, my God.
Oh, Bluey's fun.
They're all doggies. We all simp for Bandit. Yeah, Bandit has definitely deserves that. Bandit has a very big fan base for super good reasons. Sure, little kids being like, Bandit is such a good dad. Yay, what a fun guy. Like, the parents, though, going like, Bandit would make a really good husband. Oh my God.
Kidder Glider, I have a question. I sometimes have ideas that I want to do and get really attached to, but then someone else does something similar before I'm able to. Any advice for letting those ideas go?
Don't.
I think do it, because I mean, I've had people approach me and be like, I have this, like, history-based cat thing I want to do. Is it going to be, like, plagiarism if I do it? I'm like, no. I don't own cats for, like, with history. It's just, like, there's other things as well that do that. The devil is in the details. Like, the way you treat a certain thing and the story you tell with it, the way you tell it, is going to be just innately different from whatever else you're seeing. Unless you actually are, like, copying it, but don't do that, obviously. And that's not really what you're asking anyway. So it's like, God, we've seen so many of the same, like,
there's
types
so
of
many isekai. There's so many isekai. Like, consider how many isekai out there that are just like, some of them are just carbon copies of each other, and they exist, so you have a right to exist too, right? You know, and what's more is that if it's already out there in some capacity, awesome, it means there's an audience for it. People want to see that because somebody else made it and other people are reading it. You want to do your own version of the same thing? Go for it. Why not? Have fun. Lackadaisy crew copyrights cats. Yeah, we're waiting to hear back from that by the patent office. Watch out, YouTube. We own cats.
Then we will
now.
go and like very publicly attempt to sue everybody who has, like, a cat thing in there. I'm sure it'll be very fruitful.
Oh yeah, totally. People will love us for it.
Yeah,
Maestro
I'm
Cat's
sure.
pointing out
It's like
Breaking
great
Bad
PR
went on despite weeds.
when you try to, like, trademark a word that everybody uses, like saga.
Yeah.
All right. Adicole? I'm so sorry, I'm butchering names. But they're curious of how Ivy and Freckles' mother would get along.
How Ivy and Freckles' mothers would get along?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they'd break out into a fist fight or anything, but I imagine probably Nina has a high bar for, like,
Boy.
We haven't seen Ivy's mom. I'm kind of curious now.
Yeah, we really haven't seen her mom.
Who is that lady? Yeah. Who's the lady that made that? I'm gonna find out. Of course, I have the same question regarding Rocky as well. I'm like, I absolutely need to know
happen?
how did that happen? I need to meet his mother.
Where did those eyebrows come from?
Imagine if it came from his mother. Okay, but when someone's just, like, talking to Rocky, they have the same question and they're speculating, and it's an image of Rocky's mom, but just with the eyebrows painted. Or it's just Rocky in, like, a lady's hat. Lady's hat and a fine dress, and like,
think we've seen Rocky's mom, though, haven't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the one like photograph, like quote unquote photograph, with young Nina and Sophie.
I've got a question here. Knox! Hi, Knox!
Hey, Knox.
Things not on fire too much without me? I don't know.
We're holding up. We're holding up. Thank you, Tomb, for so exhaustively keeping track of all the questions.
Yes.
We really appreciate it.
It's good. Neon the Cat is asking, when might Lackadaisy Shop Talk return? I'd love to see you get Caitlin Vibrant and Ari Noble, creators of Tamberlane, for a future episode. TL is a sweet and cute emotional series.
I've heard of Tamberlane. Like,
yeah, I'm
like
familiar with that. Yeah.
Yeah. I was actually in the discussion with a different creator about maybe coming on to a shop talk. We've just been so busy, like, trying to get through, like, this huge stint. Yeah.
Right. Well, that's why we often mix streams with, like, work time, because that's, like, the only way we can, like, find a way to fit them in. But yeah, I'd like to do more shop talks. It might be after the film releases, because as we get closer and closer to done, like, things really heat up a bit, and we're scrambling to, it's not crunching, but we're scrambling to make sure we got all
like I'm very serious about not putting my crew through crunch, but that doesn't mean I don't go through crunch. So I still have a lot of hats I'm wearing.
But yeah, I'd like to do that again, and there's like a lot of people we should talk to if they're willing.
Oh yeah, there's tons of people. I'm sorry, this sounds really bored. I just suddenly had a yawn. Sorry, my bad.
It's contagious, stop that.
Yeah. No, I'm reminded again. Stop it! No, it's out into the universe now. We're all doomed.
No, I refuse to yawn. No. Speaking of which, I've got a question in Spanish real fast. Has anybody here played Night in the Woods?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Great.
I have not.
Oh my god, you would love it. It's so good.
Oh, it's amazing, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just some of the best dialogue writing for characters, and just a nice story. Very relatable, especially if you live in like the Rust Belt or the Midwest, or I mean any place that's
dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yep. Y'all made Kara yawn. And
Sorry for all the yawns. Everybody caught it. Going around.
Well, Neampire the Cat, question, what is your favorite Ivy moment?
I think the thing where she goes, "Let's go neck in the broom closet" is fucking
Yes!
I'm like, girl, what is your taste? It just says a lot about her. I'm like, whoa, okay, she's bold. I like her.
She's got her priorities, is all.
Oh yes, I've accidentally poisoned this man and thrown him.
He's slumping it like having an allergic reaction on the floor. I better drag him to the closet while I get a chance. When he catches his breath, we'll do.
No.
the mixed emotions that would come from Freckle. Just like, this is nice, but not in the circumstances. Damn it.
Oh god. Love those two. Oh goodness. Craze 25. Really important question. If a whole river was made of booze, which characters would jump in?
Virgil.
The whole city would be swimming around in that.
Before anybody, Virgil.
Virgil,
He just, he goes light speed right into there. Half the river missing.
Oh. Infinite Sky asks, if Rocky was a dog, what breed would he be?
I think I had already actually drawn a thing that was like, because people have asked that before. I did a drawing that was translating Lackadaisy characters into their dog breeds, their correlating dog breeds as I saw it. Actually, I had some suggestions, I think, from the live stream chat that was there when I started drawing it too. But for Rocky, I went with a Border Collie Jack Russell Terrier mix, congenitally incapable of sleep.
Oh, I love it. And I think, wasn't Mordecai like a German Shepherd or a Husky or something?
It was a Siberian Husky, yeah, just because it looks serious, but it's like the goofiest dog you could think of.
Yep, I really liked that one.
Look, that Zib's a fox. It's like, that's not a dog.
That was the chat was like, it was proximally doggish. And
Close enough.
the chat was like, I was like, okay,
Triangle
what's Zib?
dog.
And they were like, he's a fox. He's not even a dog. He's just a fox.
He's a fox. He is a fox, though. But all right.
If he'd iron his fucking shirt.
Mordecai, one of these Jays, just walks in with his iron. He's like, I cannot stand this. Hold still. Like, oh my god. So it's just like Mordecai just looking at Zib's general direction, going, ugh. It's just like everything about this guy is a no.
That's a fixer.
Where's that iron? I gotta bring this iron. Trap Zib and it's in a room. It's like, I'm gonna fix this. Hold still.
I mean, his superpower is getting messy, though.
It's going to hurt, but it'll be worth it.
You just staple it to his skin. That'll keep it crisp.
God.
Just like all the ways that he must have fantasized about how to fix this. It's like, I cannot. I'm gonna comment, I swear, one of these days I'm gonna... It's why I can't stand the band, Zib. It's just like, that guy, being physically in the same space, I'm just, no.
He doesn't like the band because the band makes a lot of noise. Like, what is this dissonant nonsense?
They're rowdy, and they drink way too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, what do they even do with their wages? Spend it here?
Pretty much.
And then they brought Rocky in, and it's like, oh god, jeez, they're multiplying. They're multiplying. God damn. They brought in another? When's this gonna end? I was hoping they'd leave one day. Who made this one? Mitzi, of course it was you. Of course, you did this to me personally.
You did this to annoy me.
Like, yeah, just following like the waffle pancakes.
Put it past Mitzi to do something like that, though.
Just following like the waffle pancakes conversation, and like this is one of the first times Rocky's even there, and this is one of the first times Mordecai even meets him. So he doesn't expect that to come out of him, and he just like right after that just like walks up to Mitzi and is just like, "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Do you know what that thing did? And she's just like, what is it this time? And he explains to her, she's like, oh, that's nothing. And he's like, what? No, nothing.
Nothing. The band was messy before, now they're messy and sticky.
The sticky. It was bad enough with the mess, but now there's a sticky one. Why would you hire a sticky one? What was the point? I thought that you press the buttons. You can't have them stick to your fingers. You can't play the instrument that way. He does what? The violin? That just makes it worse. It was so sticky. I was just being around him, like the atmosphere itself. It was as if it got more humid, but worse. It clung to me. Get rid of this. Tell this thing to get away. Be gone. He notices. She's like, "Oh, I can't." I was like, "I gave him a tie already." He's like, "You gave it clothes? It's not gonna leave now." And of course, he would know. Once the boss gives you clothes, you can't leave.
Dobby's been given a sock. Now I gotta stay.
Rocky is extremely the Dobby.
Dobby with massive eyebrows.
Rocky, but as an actual goblin, though. He's just so morally offended. It's like, why? Why? What did I do? I mean, I killed people, but that's not enough reason. Why?
That there is a later question, from Ghosty. What's everyone's favorite character trait? For example, their love of pancakes or love of arson.
That's
Arson.
I
Oh god.
mean, I like to think
But
they
all
have
these-
more than one, but
Yes.
Oh.
Victor's love of punching and throttling. Mordecai and cleanliness and murder.
And actually, hi, El Perkins de lo Reacciona. I am from Spain, and I just discovered this channel. Could you explain to me a little what you do, and what is Lackadaisy?
yeah, so Lackadaisy, welcome, by the way. Lackadaisy is started as a webcomic, years ago, and has been ongoing, and, is also a print comic, and, starting just a couple years ago, we started developing it as a animated film, too. So that's what we're working on, and, yeah, we're streaming and talking about that and other related topics, while Fable here is doing some, related animation.
And
So
shrieking.
that's-
Don't forget shrieking.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's about, yeah, that too. We do a lot of that. It's just the art process, you know.
Screaming.
Right. At least 45% of it is screaming.
Yeah. That's honestly, that's on the low end, I think.
And another, like, 30% is looking for your stylus pen. Like, where did I put it?
Staring into the middle distance.
Yeah.
Just going, why?
Staring into the middle Disney.
I'm tripping
That's all
over all my words.
we're
I'm
surrounded
sorry.
by it, so anytime you stare off into the distance, you're just looking at Disney, probably.
Here, yeah, I live in LA.
It's everywhere. Anyway, the story is about a bunch of shady characters trying to run a speakeasy, which was a illicit bar in the 1920s during national prohibition in the United States, which was a time period during which trafficking, selling, and making alcohol were prohibited.
What do you know?
And so lots of bootleggers and criminals rose up to to fix that problem.
Fix that. People were very thirsty. Somebody had to give
Yeah,
them
people
some-
didn't stop
some
drinking.
sip.
They just
Yeah.
bought bootleg alcohol instead.
Yeah. Or made it.
Anyway, yeah, it's sort of a gangster farce, action drama comedy type of thing.
Alright. It said, thanks for the explanation. I'm very interested in seeing more of this series.
Awesome.
Yeah, check us out. We're friendly. We also have a Discord if you want to meet the people.
If you want to watch, check out a lot of people simping over various flat pieces of paper. And they're like,
I don't
no, but really, I love y'all. But I do,
I
I read that, I'm just laughing and laughing. They know what they're doing. They know.
Listen, Tracy knows what they're doing when making such hot pieces of art.
Tracy, why did you make your pieces of paper so attractive? Stop that. You ever, you know when you're like, "Ceci n'a pas, ceci n'est pas une pipe," and then you're like, "Yeah, but what if that pipe though?"
Oh.
Sorry, I have no end of jokes, just none. I'm horrible. Sorry.
You're gonna kill me, Fable. One of these days, I'm just gonna like collapse. Oh goodness. Leading into laughs. Our next question, from Artificial Idiot. Question: is there going to be fictional bloopers on Lackadaisy characters like the early Pixar movies?
With 2D animation, it is every single like half second of animation is so much work. Doing like extra for shits and giggles is just not the thing we can do. Like anything that's extra, if we're gonna like make it a full like part of the story, because we have to like put our budget and time into that. We don't have a Pixar budget. We don't have 3D models that, you know, and proprietary software that we're animating with, and render farms and things. We have to like be extremely frugal about everything because we have little to work with and a lot to animate. So like it's just really not it'd be a whole other
I have some stuff that are bloopers, or at least really funny takes and jokes from the VAs.
Oh yeah, we have funny
I'd love to do something
recording
with, and I want to release them, but I might leave it to the fans to animate over them, or if I so am inspired and have the energy somehow. Yeah, that'd be fun.
We can just like release it and let people have fun with it if they want to.
Yeah. How about you make the bloopers?
It's not that we wouldn't want to do that. It'd be great, but it's like we just have to be extremely like budget conscious and time conscious, because it's so hard to get anything done in like 2D animation. You're hand drawing every single frame.
Yeah, look at what I'm doing here. Anybody who's been following this work stream, how often have you seen this one cat? A lot.
Everything takes a long time. So like it's not like live action film or something where they'll like shoot several takes, you know, or they'll have extra footage or stuff that they just clip. It's like you make a 2D animated film differently than that. You plan it all out exactly as it's going to be beforehand. So you don't make like, I guess there's probably some films that have, you know, cut things down because for runtime or stuff like that, but they absolutely intended when they were making it, and for every bit of it to actually be in the film, because it is so work intensive. Like so many man hours go into every bit of it. So.
That said, sometimes when there is like an error in comp, it's really funny.
That's true. I mean, we could just
stuff like
take scenes we've already animated and fuck them up and release them, I guess. And release like the other version or whatever. Or actually, we could release like mistakes we've accidentally made, like Rocky looking like a FNAF thing.
Totally inadvertently, and it's like, oh no, actually, this is too far.
Problem.
Yeah.
But that's a whole other like. It's not just animated for fun. It's just like sometimes something goes awry, and we have to like fix something. But
yeah, computers are wonderful and good always, and never break.
Yeah, nothing ever goes wrong.
So Philip Esquilion. Hey guys, what would Lackadaisy characters look like as Cookie Run characters?
Kare's working on that one.
Yeah. Remember them mentioning it. Also, since we're talking about animating and all that, Android DX is asking, do you think Clip Studio is good for creating animations? Everybody seems to prefer Toon Boom Harmony.
Clip Studio is good for small animations. It struggles with longer things because of a specific... Sorry, I put something in my mouth. Because of a specific problem with it rendering the animation in real time during playback. You have to export stuff to see it as it's actually intended to be each time. which is kind of annoying. And despite the fact that it can handle more than a second long in animation, the problem is that the system gets really bogged down once you do anything too complicated that's too long. And then it becomes really hard to animate because of that bogging down. So Toon Boom is designed in a way that's far more optimized for animation. Clip Studio kind of just has animation as a side thing. It's pretty robust, especially compared to what Photoshop has. And I do recommend messing around with it. But for our purposes, Toon Boom is better. We need something like this that's like just more robust, specifically made for that. Because it just fits into the pipeline of making this get done so much more smoothly than Clip would.
And speaking of the animation, Drake or Stegos, how did you start the Lackadaisy pilot? What was the first things you did when making it?
The first things we did when we started working on the pilot? I guess the script.
Yeah. Started conceptualizing the script and trying to figure out, how much story we were going to try to fit into it, and whether we were going to try to do something directly from the comic or do more of a sizzle reel or do just like an intro or do like an actual like story. And we settled on actual story because of course we did. And
Couldn't resist.
we didn't know how much budget we were going to come away with after Kickstarter or if we were going to have a budget at all. So we had to like make a flexible sort of like script where we could do, if we raised enough money, we could do all of what we wanted, and if we didn't raise enough, we could do some of what we wanted. And we ended up raising enough that we ended up adding more to it actually. That was the first step, was script and figuring out the logistics of it, which was that we were going to do a Kickstarter to fund it, and we were going to, have Spike on board to help us organize that and to get everything in order and to be like basically be our executive producer essentially. So, a lot of pieces had to fall into place, but it did, and. Then after script writing, we started, we had to start casting people. So we were doing like casting calls and listening to, audio reel submissions and things like that, voice reels. And while we were doing that, we were doing like storyboards and character designs and lots of revisions. And then the animatic, and we were doing comic dubs in between all that too. Background painting.
I had to do an animatic for the Kickstarter where
oh, that's true.
To give an idea. So those were like the very first boards where what I built for that, and Mike, Belle, and Lisa were great about just like giving us some like cool.
Oh right, we did
right
some recording. I think before we even had the script like fully fleshed out. We just knew what this one part we were going to have in there. They recorded for that so we could have something to show in the Kickstarter for what we were aiming for. Yeah, and you did like a test animation too.
Yeah, I did.
Skitty arms.
God, I was so exhausted that month, and everything leading up to that, it was like, oh god.
It's all kind of a blur right now, honestly. Yeah. We were working so intensely hard. We have been
so
the whole 2 years, but that was leading up to the Kickstarter was, and we did a 24-hour stream too.
No time to breathe.
End the Kickstarter. Yeah. We were just like,
and the pandemic was shooting off at the same time, so it was very, very stressful. It was like, I'm glad that this is happening right now, so I have something else to pay attention to this entire month. Yep,
it's like that thing where you're
happening, just this.
Yeah. So tired that you're ramped up, actually, like you're revved up.
Oh yeah.
But you're just not really all there. It is, yeah.
I have to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. I will play this animation though for everybody while I am out.
And this is actually a good question for Tracy. John Reader asked, does voodoo exist in Lackadaisy as an actual magical force? Mordecai's experience kind of says it's a thing.
It's kind of deliberately ambiguous. It's more of like a magical realism thing where it's like you might interpret it as such, but it's not entirely clear what's going on, or if it's just, I think with Mordecai though, what I was thinking is more that Seraphine was cold reading him more than anything. Not really, like, she's not really saying anything to him that you couldn't really necessarily just like not just be able to discern by just asking questions about somebody or having a conversation about them with somebody else, or even just guessing based on some like vague information you have about them. He's the one who's filling in the blanks. He's the one who's flashing back to these things that happened, and then the voodoo imagery is kind of creeping into it because of course Seraphine's there with all of her trappings and everything, and so it's more, I think, that she's just getting a read on him, and he's adding that extra information that's correlating these two things. Like, she's talking about one thing and he's thinking about another thing, but it kind of just tells you about the role that thing plays in his life and how it looms large with him and everything. So but you are free to interpret it as you like. Other things will happen too that, it'll be up to you to decide.
Spooky spook. It's from Norberto Sanchez. How are the little meow meows up to today, Tracy?
Good. They're kind of sprawled out on the floor here. A bit warm.
Yep.
They melted. Maya's in her little spoon, which is
What?
I don't know if you guys have seen those cat tree things where like one of the posts will have this thing that sticks out on the side that's just like spoon shaped, but it's got it's just like a fabric net. Yeah, she loves sleeping in her spoon. With her little tail hanging out the side of it. It's very cute.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're okay. Luca's very old. I'm worried about him. He's, doing the thing old cats do and losing weight, and yeah, I think he's either 18, possibly 19 at this point. I don't know.
I'm back.
But
My back. I'm too.
he's still kicking, so
Oh.
yeah.
I'll send good vibes your way.
Thanks. How are your kittens doing?
Oh, Angel just kicked the door in to be in here, and she's my props. But they're doing very well. They're getting too big. They make me cry.
Aw.
Aw.
Yeah.
In pain or joy or?
I look at them and go, God, you're so cute. You were so small. You were so big. Oh. And Seraphine has separation anxiety from Boo, and Vito is a trouble boy. I love him. He's so chill with anything. It's amazing. And he keeps trying to be friends with Bell Bell. It's not going to work for him, but he tries, and it's great. But I have got more questions. Spaghetti and Animator, hey Lacka Crew, I got a question. How do you and possibly Freckle feel about chalk cheese sandwiches?
What's that?
Jeez.
Is it like a Philly cheese sandwich or something? What is it?
Yeah, it's the New York version of basically a Philly cheese sandwich. It's got
I've never had one.
Shredded beef. It's like a sloppy Joe, but like a Philly cheesesteak.
No,
I can't say I've
not.
ever had one before, but being as it's a sandwich, I suspect Freckle would like it as long as it doesn't have horseradish in it. Or drained sardines.
But normal sardines? That's fine.
Yeah, perfectly normal sardines are fine. They weren't clogging the drain a moment ago. It's just fine.
All right, and speaking of food, I might as well get the other food question down here out of the way. Rocky in a Box asks, may I ask, what are the Lackadaisy crew's favorite candies?
Favorite candies? Jeez.
With the individual characters, you're talking about people who are working on the short. I'm sitting here with a bunch of poparindots. You know, stuff full of tamarind. It's spicy.
Ooh.
Really good. Yeah. Yeah. If you're Mexican, you might know this. I believe it's a common candy. But yeah, I don't know. But maybe you're asking about the characters.
Rocky in a Box, if you're out there. Or is it the characters or the crew?
Is there a northern version of the po' boy? Damn, I wish.
I mean,
po' boys, that's a good sandwich.
Oh yeah, I like po' boys.
Yeah.
But Rocky, I mean, anything with syrup on it. I mean, pancakes are basically breakfast candy, aren't they? So.
I'm hungry. I really want some sushi. I'm like, I'm gonna have to start looking up some restaurants and be like, who's open by the time we're done our stream? Maybe I can get something. Speaking of, oh, no. Nah, keep going. Keep going, it's tuned.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Zen Flowerade, if you could pick a foreign accent, what would it be?
If to have for
I think so.
ourselves.
I think so.
If I could pick it and do what with it?
I would like English. I would like to have like a really nice, like I have a friend in Lackadaisy, his name is Bronze, and I could sit and listen to him talk for hours. He has such a nice accent.
Yeah, definitely like ranting with a British accent sounds so much more intellectual than when you have an
Even when
American
it's
accent.
Val talking about the hot dog fight.
Yes.
It's just like laughing. It's like you have such a posh way of talking when you're talking about like punching a guy over hot dogs. This is great. That's just the American perspective, though, for you.
It still sounds classy.
Yeah.
Even when
Yeah,
you're having
despite everything.
having a hot dog throwdown, just
Someone did not order their
Americans
hot
are like,
dog
wow,
correctly.
they're so sophisticated.
Honestly, a lot of British folks I know, like, the most British thing is, like, I'm gonna pop you in the jaw at a pub, as far as I'm concerned. Now, that's an average British person. Like, not every... Who is really like the Queen, and why would you want to be?
Yeah.
It's goofy. It's like asking me, it's like, oh, why don't you act like, I don't know. Insert famous politician here. I mean, maybe I am more similar to Bernie Sanders than I care to admit, but, you know, we're both New Englander Jews, so it's just kind of inevitable.
I never thought I'd hear that sentence. Oh, goodness. Jill Plains. Tracy, do you remember which sources you used? used when you were researching the St. Louis caves during Prohibition?
Oh,
St. Louis caves during Prohibition? St. Louis caves during Prohibition. 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 St. Louis caves during Prohibi
Yeah, I have a couple of different books. I don't know if they're broadly in circulation. One's called The Lost Caves of St. Louis, and I can't remember what the other one was called, but I posted something not long ago for patrons that was like a picture of most of the book resources I'd use. I found some things online as well, but those were the two main things, just talking about what the caves were like and how they got down in there and how they'd been destroyed by the construction largely of Highway 55 or Interstate 55. Sadly, but yeah, those books. Like, I don't know if you've ever been to like Barnes and Noble, and they'll have like a section that's just like local books.
Yeah.
About like, there's often like these like little books that are just historical photos, kind of collected into of like a particular neighborhood or something like that, collected into a book or things like that. So they might be hard to find if you aren't like in the area, but you probably just find them on the internet for like as used books or something. But yeah. Anyway, those little types of books are actually really good references for if you're like trying to write something very specific about a city or town or something or region you live in. But yeah, I mean, I've been in some of the caves too, and they're quite cool. I've been in some of the mines and things and toured some of that stuff. It's pretty interesting.
Right. Brandon Ritter asks, "Are you going to make more animated videos?"
I mean, that's what this is going to be. It's going to be another music loop. Make another fun thing.
Yep, that's what the rubber hose thing is. It's a little video, and of course we're making a big video too. The film itself, and we'd like to make more after that, but we don't know yet if that's possible. But hopefully it will be.
I'm starting to get really hungry, so I think I might switch to taking a request or two.
Okay.
While
Sure.
you guys answer more questions. So, I know we
Sure.
had some asks about more fashion disasters. So what we could do is pause it to the audience. What character and what outfit? They don't have to match. So let's vote on what character first. From the Lackadaisy set.
Okay. If you
ahead,
want
folks.
to take a break, we can keep answering questions or.
Well, I can draw while you answer questions. That's fine.
Okay.
I think I want to just shift into getting that request done before my stomach
alright.
says otherwise. Yeah.
Fair. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I guess we're going to put it to the chat to pick some fashion abominations for us, and then you're gonna have to pick a character to pair it with. So
I'm actually keeping track of each name, and I'll let you know.
good night, spaghetti and animator.
Oh Lord. I've gotten
They're
Rocky
going for it,
3 times. They're so far the winner. Somebody wants Ivy in 90s fashion. Why are we doing this? Rocky Horror Picture Clothing.
Oh no! Don't no
That'd be
no.
fun.
Not Rocky as Rocky would be like, no,
Rocky
you
as
should not
Rocky
be
would
wearing
just be
things like...
extremely minimal, but
It's a new prohibition on clothes.
I mean, there's other costumes that would be fun to put on any of the characters.
Oh, that's right, Nico. Thank you, Joe.
Oh yeah, Nico in a chef costume, chef outfit.
Mordecai is caught up to Rocky. Place your bets. Oh, Rocky is ahead of the race again. And yeah. With scene hair. No, didn't you do something like that? Someone had scene hair.
Oh, there was Rocky with big hair.
Oh.
Yeah. There was one with Rocky with just like a lot of hair and a big blow dryer and too much hairspray. So a disaster about to happen.
There is an Ivy in 80s fashion, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And 90s fashion.
Yeah.
I gotta update it with an Ivy in the aughts fashion. We gotta like see her as like at the turn of millennium. What she wearing?
I don't even know what the style was then. Like, what did people wear?
What people wear? I mean,
they wore clothes.
Look at anything Ashley likes, and there you go.
Ill-defined in my head. Like,
Yeah.
I can't really like distill it down to like.
I can.
I know
Oh my
people
God.
plucked the shit out of
Yeah.
their eyebrows, and they were just like barely there.
Yeah.
And they were wearing like white.
Hot
like,
topic.
eyeshadow.
Just hot topic. I'm just
Hot
pointing in the
Topic.
general direction of hot topic. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't that anybody wore any one thing, but there was like different subsets, is what I remember. But like scene clothes, hot topic, that kind of shit, that was becoming pretty trendy. Scene Ivy would be very funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And Mordecai and Rocky are tied, but it looks like it's Mordecai, Rocky, and Ivy. That's what people want to see.
Mordecai, Rocky, and Ivy. Okay.
Yep. Those
So,
are the three characters.
Alright, I'm gonna write this down so that my limited brain space can handle it. Okay.
Mordecai
then let's-
K.
Mordecai and what?
In Visual K.
What is Visual K? That one I don't know.
Oh! I would need Boo to explain it to you, but it's basically like Japanese, gothic, 90s, edgy.
Oh, they look like Anne Rice
Oh.
characters. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Boo is very much into that. Seeing Ivy will ruin the world. Medieval costume. Oh my goodness. Do you know how pretty a medieval like Ivy would be? It's like
I'm looking up Visual K now, and I'm like, oh, that's why anime. This
Yup.
explains a lot about Bleach, I'm just saying.
Scene
Oh,
Ivy
yeah,
is
this
almost
is-
too good a fit. It's just like she just would
Yeah.
look natural in it.
Yeah. Mordecai Visual
Scene
K
Freckle,
would be-
however,
what
would be
is
like what?
Scene Freckle I have drawn. That's been hilarious.
seen-
Like Hot Topic Freckle.
Wait, it was like I thought he did like emo Freckle, but not.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's
Freckle.
not quite seen. Like he's not the emo Freckle though.
Emo
I
goth
feel
Freckle.
like
Yeah.
emo goth Freckle has been like, it's not a phase, Mom. I'm sorry. Runs away.
oh, I just like made Marianne. Southern Belle. Mordecai with a mohawk.
Everything's the same but the mohawk. It just ends up just like that image of him with the ponytail where he's like, ah, get it off me. Running away from his own hair. A Grr hoodie. Oh my god. Ivy in a Grr hoodie would be very cute. Ivy in a little, like, hoodie, like, Hot Topic Ivy. I should draw that. Make Ashley scream. Yeah. I'm just call. I want to do a little Hot Topic hoodie Ivy.
Ivy in
I can't resist that. It's so cute.
Oh my god.
There. If either of you guys want to throw me some links, like
Grr hoodies.
Sure. What are we?
Grr hoodie.
What are we settling on? Grr hoodie.
Ivy in a Grr hoodie with Hot Topic. Oh, I found them. I
God.
found the Grr hoodies.
Okay.
Oh, they're so. Oh, this is precious.
What about a Grr dress?
I mean, if a big enough hoodie would be a Grr dress, that's what I'm thinking. Is that it's just that big,
Okay.
it like goes past her hips.
Yep.
This is cute. Oh my god, the style, the eye styles and everything. This is a
I dropped it
flashback.
over in streaming chat.
Thank you. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking of.
Yep.
There's some really cute ones though. There's like even
This one's real cute.
yeah. I am a girl's hoodie.
Oh my god.
Oh yes, that's so cute. I like that one. I like that a lot.
Oh my god, yeah.
That's adorable.
Oh, that's
She
a
will have
shame.
70 bracelets. Yes. Yeah.
Terminator Mordecai. Oh god.
I'm just gonna do the Guru hoodie Ivy for right now, because it's like I have to be mindful of my energy.
I also asked you a question over in streaming chat, Fable.
Oh, you. I don't know. Spot me, whatever, and I'll find something.
No, what?
Yeah.
I know how to do that.
I don't. What do I want? Let me look at the menu. 1 second, guys. God, like everything. You know what I mean?
Mood.
Yeah. I'm like that right now. I'm just like hungry. I am hungry. I definitely want to get like a hand roll. I want to get like these specialty rolls look good, but I could eat any of these. Any of these in large quantities. Like look at all the nigiri. Like picking and choosing will take me time.
No, I got an idea. Hold on. Where is he? There
Okay.
he is. Yo, where is Fable's food sending Kofi thing?
You know, if you say it out loud, it's not a surprise. Not that it was one anyway. I'm not doing anything. What do you mean?
I'm not sus. We can ignore the girl behind the curtain, right, Angel? Hey, baby. You know, she's sitting behind me, like really quietly, being a good girl for once.
Aw, baby.
Like, Mama, don't kick me out. We do have more questions though, if I can ask, because
Yeah.
um,
This is so cute. I'm happy. I get to draw this adorable thing.
Crimson Vulpus, I have a mild interest in being a minor voice actor. As like a fun hobby thing, what's the best way to go about it?
Do some voice acting, whether it's just dubbing over something else or making your own little thing to dub or what have you. Get involved in projects that other people are putting together, even if they're just little like hobbyist things, so that you kind of get your stuff out there, have something you can put in a reel and get to know other voice actors, because that's largely how you get job opportunities. Not because of like, like that sort of they'll get you the job, but they tend to be the people who are abreast of like there's even a audition happening and will point you toward it and be like, hey, you should try out for that sort of thing. That's really largely how we got all of the almost, well, not all of them, because we put out a casting call directly and got a lot of our VAs that way, but we also got a lot of them because the VAs we hired early first would go and say to their circle of VA friends, like, hey, this thing is auditioning for people, so you should, submit a reel. Just kind of like being aware of the opportunities is like half the battle, so. Well, maybe not half, but it's a large part of it.
Alrighty. Oxy plays, how will you handle violence in the short compared to the comic? Like, there was a bit of blood in the comic. Will there be stuff like that in the short?
Yeah, there's a little bit of, there's violence in the short.
They use guns. Someone's gonna get hurt. So, yeah. Not shy about it. I mean, it's not like a gore
it's not
fest,
like
though. That's not what it's
gratuitous
intended
gore.
to be.
It doesn't zero in on wound details, and there's no excessive focus on
Righty.
On that, but it's a thing that happens. So.
Well then, Spaghetti and Animator, weird question. Whenever you hear Michael Kovac doing something the same as Rocky, does it become more or less surprising each time?
Oh, it's not been surprising for a long time. It's like hear something.
I think
like, of course you did
I
that.
think
Of course
right
you did.
before the Kickstarter went on, he posted up an image of him just going to an IHOP and just downing the table syrup they had as a bit, and he did not know at the time that Rocky had a thing with pancakes or syrup or anything. He wasn't doing this as a promotional thing. He just did it on his own, and the moment I saw that, I was like, oh no, I just hired Rocky. Oh no. And that has been proven correct ever since. Thankfully, he's not an arsonist. Currently. He does play an awful lot with that electric fly swatter, though.
I mean, I will say this, when he took 2 syrup shots on stream, I wanted to die.
Yeah. I was like, are you okay? He was like, I could do it again. No, please don't.
No, don't.
You don't. Mike, we need you alive still.
Wild West Ivy, that's a cute idea. Android DX says, when putting art out there to get started, be it original art or animation, what website would you recommend? I immediately think DeviantArt. I mean, it depends on what you're trying to achieve. The internet isn't quite so, it's hard to give advice because the internet changes fast, and when I was starting the comic, DeviantArt was a much bigger hub for all of the internet artists than it is now, because everything else is, because it was before Twitter existed and before Instagram existed and that sort of thing, and so it's all very spread out now. It was before TikTok, and so everything you're doing is, or every bit of advice I could provide is like outdated at this point. It just isn't the same kind of, like, Webtoon didn't exist. Like, it's just, the terrain changes a lot all the time, and I think if you want to get, like, started and acclimated to just posting things publicly, DeviantArt's a pretty good place for it, yeah. But it's also not trafficked nearly as much as some of the bigger social media, like Twitter and things. So, it's kind of like, if you want to get your art in front of people's eyes more readily, I would say, yeah, maybe try a bigger platform. But it depends on, like I said, what you're trying to achieve. If you just want small art community and like a portfolio that you can, like, refer back to, like a gallery, like DeviantArt's good for that, because of course your art all stays there, and you can store it in Stash and whatever like that. Whereas, like, other platforms like Twitter and Instagram and such, like, it's just art going by on a conveyor belt, and you do have your page, of course, but it's a little more of a. Most people tend to mix art postings with other postings because it actually helps. Well, because they want to share, I'm sure, sometimes, but it also does help in, your numbers when you have more engagement happening more frequently. So even if you aren't posting art, it's like the platform will encourage you to post other things regularly, and that will drive more traffic to your thing. So people will, like, you can't really look through most Twitter accounts as if it's like a portfolio. You have to scroll and scroll and scroll to actually find the art pieces they posted amidst all the memes and random thoughts and retweets and things like that. So yeah, I'd say a personal website is never a bad idea. You can get hosting packages for quite cheap. You never know when a platform is going to just, like, pull the rug out from underneath you and change the rules or shut down or get bought out and then turn into, like, a different kind of, subculture or whatever that you just don't want anything to do with. And so having your own space where you can direct people to your, curated portfolio and contact information and everything is just a good idea. And then also expand out to, like, pick the social media platforms you feel most comfortable with and that feel effective for you, and use that. Like, it may be right now we're kind of, like, going insane using as much social media as we can. We've got to try to make sure that this thing does well, and I feel it's incumbent on me to make people put it in front of people's eyes so that they see it, because I have so many people devoting so much time and energy to it. Like, it would just be really crappy of me to just be like, and so I have to be out there, like, promoting the idea and trying to get people interested and sharing with them what all the hard work that has gone into it and everything. So yeah, I'm kind of, like, using way more social media than I would otherwise feel comfortable with lately, but it just isn't that kind of world anymore where, like, Lackadaisy was almost like it started on DeviantArt and was there almost there in my website, and that was it for a long time. And it built its following largely from DeviantArt. I don't think you can really do that now. I think most people, for webcomics especially, have shifted over to Webtoon at this point. So, that might be a place if you're doing comics that, you might look into. But, yeah, I guess I've rambled enough about that, so sorry, but it's kind of a hard question to answer.
No, you're good. Edward Juan, how would an Ivy and Freckle date turn out?
I guess it depends where they go.
Yeah, and who crashes their date in the middle of it. But,
oh God, guess who's the third wheel? I would wonder, like the both of them trying to indicate it's like you should really like not, and but he will not leave. He will not leave. No, that's the thing. Like, he pretends he doesn't get the hint, but for him it is hilarious if he stays.
Well, he'd be like teasing them about like, oh, your lovebirds. Then he'd be like, oh wait, you actually are on a date. Oh, oops.
But imagine him attempting to bully them while they're like on the Love Canal boats or whatever, and he's just like behind them, he's like, woo, and, like throwing popcorn at him. they're just like finally Freckle just gets up and stands up on their boat and jumps the other side and just like puts them off into the water. Oh god, it just really amuses me the way in which he like bullies his cousin.
Their dates, yeah, I think a Freckle would not have any idea what to think or make of it, and Ivy would be like, that was great. I'm sure she could make the best of even the most
Would she encourage him to do something maybe a bit dangerous just to see what he would do?
Oh yeah, she definitely would look for ways to get them into trouble.
We're gonna crimes on our way out, and he's like, "What? I was supposed to break from that. Why would you take a break?" They just like, oh man, is there anything in St. Louis that's the equivalent of like the waterfront? Like, where you have like a place...
like the arch and everything in front of it is all like, yeah, kind of the tourist spot. If
boardwalk, like a boardwalk. Yeah.
It's not a boardwalk, but it is the riverfront. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, speaking about Ivy and Freckle, Nyan Fire the cat had a couple questions. So, question, are you excited to see more Ivy and Freckle moments come to life in animated format? What is your favorite Ivy and Freckle moment?
One of them is I used a graphic from it for the thumbnail of this video. I think that's probably one of the cuter bits we have in the film.
It's a lot of good ones.
But they've got some good ones too when things are a bit dire. They have some neat little interactions I hope people will enjoy. I can't really talk about exactly what happens without giving things away, so but yeah, they danger and intrigue and and also
Ivy Freckle lovers, don't worry. you ought to like it. At least I hope.
Oh. Sopranical Spunk, besides Mordecai, are there any other LGBTQ plus characters in Lackadaisy?
Hold on. So read that again.
Sopranical Spunk asks, besides Mordecai, are there any other LGBTQ characters in Lackadaisy?
Yes. Yep.
They actually have it pinned.
Yeah. The gays were not invented in the 90s.
Really? I did not know that.
The 20s were very gay.
Boy, howdy, were they.
Yeah.
Trash Can asks, what would be the role of the characters if they were in a horror movie?
Rocky would be the monster. Or Victor.
I don't know. Rocky'd probably be like the first victim, I think.
Be the monster that is the victim also. End of movie.
The victim who becomes a monster, yeah. I don't know, what are the, like, there's like the final girl. I guess Ivy would be that. The spunky.
Not Mitzi?
Maybe Mitzi, I don't know. Mitzi'd be like, I'm
Two
going
final
home and
girls.
taking a nap. Goodbye, everybody.
She's the one who sent them after the monster. Hey, you take care of it. There's a ghost
like,
down
you
there.
Should also, yeah, you should go in there and investigate. Also, you should all split up. Cover more ground that way. And then she'd sit down and eat some popcorn. No, I don't know. What are the other iconic, like,
Slashers.
horror film?
There's slashers,
Tropes.
there's
Trope
Alien, there's, Jaws, there's...
No, I mean, like, the type of character, like the never mind.
The one that survives?
Huh?
The one that survives?
Yeah, like the final girl is the one who
Yeah.
survives usually. Doesn't necessarily have to be a girl, I suppose. But that's just like the like film trope thing they label it with,
I'm gonna find a more interesting pose than standing there. So sorry this is taking so long. I'm like, no, it's gonna be good though.
I guess there's like the skeptic and the like. There's no monster. This can all be explained with like.
I mean, that would be Mordecai for sure. The
Oh,
skeptic.
that would definitely be Mordecai.
Yeah.
Like, you're all idiots.
There's one that's smart enough not to walk into the horror situation.
Yeah, the one who's like, but then for some reason has to go in anyway, because their friends are idiots.
Yep.
Freckle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, god damn it, I have to go in and save the day.
I mean, isn't that essentially what happened in the actual comic?
Yeah.
There will be
holding
no
the gun
final
around.
girl this time. Bang, bang. He got proactive.
Hey, Brittany, thank you very much for the super chat. Really
Thank you.
appreciate that. Brittany says,
the
hello
question.
everyone. Odd question, Tracy, but has Virgil ever dated anyone, since we were talking about Ivy and Freckle earlier? Yeah, I kind of suspect he had a pretty solid, like, thing going, and everything just kind of went to hell, for him. Like, I don't think he quite made it to, like, marriage and family, before everything went bad, but, like, I have to think he probably had, like, some kind of steady relationship that, like, one of those situations where, like, a bad thing happens and then you just spiral and everything just, like, flies out of control piece by piece. And then, like, relationship falls apart and then you get even more off track. Until you are, mugging people with a can opener, I guess.
Maybe not an advisable thing.
Speaking of the horror movie thing, Norberto Sanchez asked, have you heard of the new horror movie Beast?
I've heard the name. I don't know anything about it, really.
It's a hunter versus zombie looking lion thing.
Interesting.
Yeah. SD, would you guys consider a collaboration with the people behind Chicken Nuggets?
Oh, I know one of the people there, unless Grindy left. But I know that Grindy was doing the, a lot of character designs and stuff. Yeah, I know them from way back in the day. I was really excited to see Chicken Nugget coming out. I was like, oh yeah, let's everybody show off Grindy's look. Like, just such a cool, like, cute, edgy. Really nice.
that actually, since we're in that same vein, the Empire the Cat question. Are you guys familiar with Living Tombstone? Would you want to get something, for lack of a better word, they're asking if we can collaborate with Living Tombstone?
I don't know them, no.
There with that, but
Yeah.
I think that they don't really collaborate. I think they just, oh, well, you like this, we're going to make something from it, I think is what I've seen in the past. So it'd be cool if they looked at the project and went, well, you know what, time to do a jazz song. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
It's just
Somebody who knows them, I mean, you could point them our way and be like, hey, have you seen this? It might be, I don't know if they need the inspiration or not, but there you go.
Yeah. My sister went to go see them, and because they go to cons and whatnot, and they were down here in Miami, and my sister went to go see them. They're apparently very chill, but yeah, they're just fans like everybody else. Oh wait, there we go.
he wants to know whose bird that is in the background. It's
Oh, that's mine.
Fables.
Yeah.
Mini birds.
Mini birds.
Let's see. Demetrius Price would have Scott Joplin or Duke Ellington have casually come on the reviews in the Lackadaisy universe.
Sorry, read that again. I apologize. I've gone smooth brain.
Yeah, that's one reason I'm like, well, we're transitioning into the requests, the singular request.
We had
Yeah.
a uniquely exhausting week. I can't tell you why
Yeah.
right now, but
Yeah, we cannot go into details. Suffice to say, we were just trying to set up a meeting. We were having.
we ended up with
so.
an extra workload that was very important, and we couldn't not do it like right away. So
Yeah,
um,
a lot of late nights.
yeah.
Yeah. It was basically would Duke Ellington and other such famous people be in like the Lackadaisy universe and reviews?
Oh.
Scott Joplin and stuff. Yeah, Scott Joplin lived in St. Louis for a time. In fact, he was born in St. Louis.
Scott Joplin stuff. It was really fun.
Yeah.
Really fun.
But yeah, definitely all of the above would have been, the comic mentions celebrities and things occasionally, like Houdini and things like that. They come up. Valentino, yeah, they all like exist in that world. It's just they would just be a cat instead.
I now want to play Scott Joplin again. It's been so long.
Yeah.
Meow. Meow.
I'm sorry.
Meow.
The cat
No,
also
they have a
left-
question too. Meow.
Belle, do you want to talk to? So
Cat's
Belle-
like, put on that ragtime.
yeah.
Meow. Meow.
Belva kicked the door in. She was pawing at the door, and Boo opened it for her, and she is now demanding pets.
I am- I'm very
Joe said
excited
Scott
'cause a
Joplin died in
possible-
1917, so he would not make an
Yeah.
appearance. Right? I think they were asking if they existed in that universe. I wasn't planning on putting him in the comic, but also Houdini died a year before he was mentioned in the comic as well. So,
Yes, Belva.
but yeah,
Meow. Meow.
that they existed in that universe doesn't mean that they were still living. At
One of the
time.
people I was talking to who, so I'm trying to get a new roommate, and one of the people I was talking to was like, yeah, I might adopt this kitten I've been fostering, and I'm like, yes, kitten that I don't have to take care of, but I can just smush into my face, yes. Give me the kitty. Yes.
This scenario.
I miss having a cat. I can't get a cat right now. But if it's somebody else's cat...
Oh, goodness. That's the best part, huh, Bobo?
People keep mentioning Caravan Palace as like music for
yeah.
Lackadaisy. Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
We love Caravan Palace too, but we lack the budget to license their stuff.
I
Maybe
tried
someday,
to reach
maybe
out
someday.
to start a conversation, but their agents were not very available. So.
Yeah.
Fine. Let's see. Spoder Nami, my boyfriend who's from St. Louis was wondering why you chose St. Louis for the setting. What inspires you about St. Louis historically and today?
Largely because I live here, and I've just kind of taken an interest in exploring the historical little like nooks and crannies of this place. And it kind of fascinates me on the whole that it's sort of a ruin of what it was at that time. It's a lot of the story is like about these sort of like idea of some kind of like golden age glory days sort of thing that people cling to, and it just, I don't know, I guess the pathos of St. Louis having been there at one point and having fallen so far as to be flyover country that is like extremely economically depressed and struggling. At one time was like the 4th largest city in the country, and seemed full of promise, and yeah, that fascinated me. And also the fact that there's just like this labyrinth of caves underneath, and things like that. And also, I didn't want to write another like gangster story that takes place either in Chicago or New York. It's like, how many times have we seen that? There were lots of other cities and lots of other like gangsters all over the place, small time, big time, whatever. They were just, I think we can maybe expand a little bit and look at some of the other places where that, you know.
I have a question from Brittany, which is a little funny. Why was Mordecai taking an axe to a lobster in your patron art?
Oh. I can't remember how we even arrived at that, actually. It was like, what would he do with, or how would he eat lobster or something like that. So I can't remember what the question was that was asked. Or the request. Like, I know we had some kind of discussion about, like, if he was served shellfish or something by the Savoys, or I don't know.
Yeah, and it's like he wouldn't eat it for multiple reasons.
He wouldn't eat it,
so,
for one thing.
Yeah.
But also,
yeah. A, he would keep kosher. B,
underwater bug.
He's not gonna eat. Yeah.
I think I think I remember now, because we had made the joke that every time he picked up an axe, he lost his clothes, kind of like.
Oh yes. Well, yeah. Katie actually drew a comic of that where his clothes just vanished.
The lobster thing, I think we were talking about shellfish in general, and I mentioned the story about the lobster chasing me when I was a child. And then we talked about Mordecai and lobster. That's how we got there.
Yeah, I think the crab with the knife or something came up too, the videos of that, like, viral videos. And so yeah, it's sort of just like culminated into this weird drawing of
I love the drawing. If it was a print, I would have it by my desk with freckles because it makes me laugh. Let's see. So Tyler Tikoshi, quick question. I wonder if other species of anthro animals are in the same world as Lackadaisy, like canines, ursids, cervids, etc. I feel like those raccoons Rocky owed money to are enough proof.
There are lots. Pretty much every other animal exists, in that world. It's just and I've like anthropomorphized them a little bit, like the rats and things like that. That occasionally appear, seem a little more sentient than a rat actually is, or self-aware or whatever. But they're not like bipedal, human society sort of characters. They're critters.
Listen, having seen a raccoon up close.
I mean, they are the raccoons. Yeah, I gotta say, are pretty.
That's how they are.
Yeah.
I believe they have a gang, and I believe that we somehow, all of us, owe them money.
That's why they keep showing up on my porch and like smashing all my potted plants. They're like, "Oh, that's a nice plant you got here. Shame if something were to happen to it." Like, oh, did I like owe you some kind of like? You trying to collect extortion money or something?
Oh.
Protection money? They're running some kind of racket. I don't know.
The raccoon racket.
The raccoon racketeers. Yeah. They also like chewed a hole in my roof. So.
What?
Yeah. I have like pissed off the wrong.
Yeah, contractors.
Families.
Yeah.
Listen, all I know is this. The lady who actually told us about like Nico and Seraphine out in the swamp. We went to visit her house, and oh, do you want to meet Superstar? And we're like, who's Superstar? One of the cats? No. Opens door. Raccoon has its own massive room that's attached to a bathroom and a laundry room. And
oh man.
Automatically trying to grab at the tresses of my curls, and I'm just like,
oh no,
you give me anxiety, and legit trying to take booze glasses, and just when we finally left the room, we start hearing crashing noises. When we get up and go, Superstar had ripped all the knobs off the laundry machines and thrown it at the door because she wanted attention.
They're just monkeys, but in bear form.
Oh my god. With little thumbs. Little thumbs.
Yes, little thumbs. What is the difference between a raccoon and a monkey? Just, how nimble it is, really.
Yes. Oh. Note to self, do not grab wild raccoons. Rockstar lived in this house since, like,
yeah, they do not make good pets, and they should not be pets.
No.
Except in, like, extremely unusual circumstances in which the person who has them as a pet knows what they're doing. But that's pretty funny that, like, Superstar is the raccoon's name. I find that hilarious.
Yep, they found Superstar, similar story. Her husband, rest his soul, found Superstar, whose mother had been eaten by a gator, just like a day or so after it was born, just like not surviving.
Jeez, so. The gators are just like eating everybody's parents.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, that area, wild. And we do blame Elvis. We really do blame Elvis the gator. But he took Superstar and took it to his special vet and everything, and decided, well, I'm its mother now. So just bottle fed, and just it's been a baby ever since. It's been their kid. So I mean, mitigating circumstances.
I get it. I keep parrots. I know how it is.
Yeah, but don't grab wild raccoons.
Do not. No, they make very bad pets.
Yes. And I will not visit your house. They make me anxious. Okay. Spaghetti and Animator, I got a question. What would happen if Sonic and Rocky ever met? Since they're both blue themed and is obsessed with one specific type of food.
I don't know. Rocky would challenge him to a race and lose.
I feel like Sonic knows that he would win, but he would just be like, okay, here, let's go, and he'd like run in slow-mo for like a moment until Rocky like passed him by, thought he really was gonna win, then right before the finish line just zipped past him.
Oh my god. Poor Rocky.
I mean, he's being bested by what's, like, maturity-wise, like a 12-year-old, so...
Is Sonic supposed to be 12? Is that really?
How old is Sonic supposed to be? I know he's not supposed to be that old. He's supposed to be either like a teenager or like 12 or something. I forget.
35.
35?
What?
What?
Huh?
So hold on. So according to the newer movies, he's 35.
What? What? Huh? What? 35? He's older than me. No.
Okay. All right.
How is he 35? 15 to 16 says Schmoopy. Yeah, I'd say that's about right.
Okay.
Because he's trying to appeal to teenagers, so they
find
gave him
that so
like a
funny
teenager
that he's
personality.
35.
35?
According to the internet.
No, I think the internet might be wrong on that one. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
No version of Sonic is 35. Except the games. Maybe the games are 35 years old, like after he's not actually 35.
Yeah,
It's 35. No, they can't be because they were like I'm not that old and like the games came out after I was born, so there's no way they're 35 years old
I
either.
think they came out
He
like
can't
early
be
90s or
35.
something, so.
Not unless what
30
they're
at
suggesting.
Most. 30 at most, I think.
What they're suggesting maybe is that if he's 16 and then plus all the years since the games came out, it's like, what? No, I don't think that this doesn't make. No.
well, according
How old
to
is
the-
Tails then? His Tails in his 30s too? Like what?
According to the Sega Fandom Wiki, he was 15 in the main games, and 13. So yeah, 15. It's like an age range. So his ages have been different depending on the movie. So like the classic Sonic, he was 10 to 11. In the main games, Sonic X, Sonic Boom, he's 15. In the manga, he's 16. There's a manga? Excuse
Oh god, no! Sonic comics are like
Yeah,
huge.
Sonic
like they're a
comics
huge
are
Archie
a huge
property.
thing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they're part of IDW now.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Sonic
But yeah.
comics are about as popular as Sonic himself. I mean, the Sonic games, that is. That's
I
Sonic
didn't know there
himself.
was
Jeez, of course
comics.
Sonic himself. Yeah, Sonic is a huge property. Huge.
Huh. Oh goodness. Alright. That was fun.
35. I think not. I'm just gonna
think of
reject
is-
this premise.
All I can think of is like the dad dressing up like that, like Sonic-esque character. What was it like? It was like the trash-eating cat thing
Oh my god.
from This House Has People in It.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like a corollary to Sonic, but it was. But it was.
Yeah.
I actually have a fun question that just popped up. Cam Salisbury's asking, who do you say is the tallest out of the Lackadaisy crew?
Victor.
Yeah. Victor's a
it's-
giant. He's
yeah,
a
he's
literal
pretty
bear. Yeah.
Friggin' tall. Yeah.
I think they were talking about like crew.
Oh, the
Oh.
crew.
Yeah.
I mean, the crew can mean like, yeah, it's hard to like. I use the term sometimes to describe
Newt, probably.
the character. Yeah, Newt's probably the tallest.
Newt's probably the tallest. He's
like,
very tall.
6'4", I think.
Yeah. I challenge any other crew members to tell me. It's like, are you 6'5"? Then you win. But so I don't think so otherwise.
But Victor's still taller.
Victor is, yeah.
I will say Newt is very, very tall.
He is. He's like
Yeah. I'm gonna put
he's
her
got
in
more than
Crocs. I've decided.
more than a foot taller than me. So
Yeah. Yeah. I think
gonna wear
the three of
Crocs.
us are all about the same height, so
gremlin sized.
if
I'm
what was
shorter
that we said?
than you, though.
I know.
I think I might be the shortest person on the crew, ironically enough.
That's
Could
amazing.
be.
Like, Tracy, I'm very sorry, but I had to. I put her in Crocs.
No!
She'd find a way to make them fashionable. It's okay.
Crocs are fashionable now. Have you seen
If
Crocs?
anyone can do it, it's Ivy.
It's Ivy. It would be like a challenge for her.
Yeah, I guess they did like become fashionable after being considered an abomination for a while. And now they're like, oh, but they're like ironically fashionable or something. I don't know.
My cousin walked into my house just wearing a pair of Crocs. They're not ironically fashionable at all. They're just fashion again. It's just people be wearing Crocs.
I unfortunately own a pair, but I own like the professional ones, so like they don't have any holes and they're meant for like kitchen work.
I should put these Crocs on her specifically. Yes, I'm doing it.
Oh no!
She's like, it's great because.
Oh my
Oh
god!
no.
What is this about? It was cute. No. Where are we going? Oh, we got a super chats.
Ooh.
Canadian, $10 Egyptian Princess. Hi Tracy, I messaged you on Patreon about purchasing Volume 1 and 2 from Canada. I was wondering if you saw it. Also, random question, what kind of saxophone does Zib play?
Oh yes, I see the message now. It just came through. I will answer that a bit later this evening if that's okay after the stream. He plays the alto and tenor sax and the clarinet and the piano. Also, thank you very much for the super chat and the Patreon pledge too. Much appreciated. Oh, that wasn't you. That was a question on Patreon. Sorry, I've got some like messages piled up here, and I can no longer discern one line of text from another. Apparently, no, really appreciate it, and I will, I will respond to your question as soon as I can.
Alrighty, Menagel Extreme. Tracy, do you have the ending of the comic in mind, or is that a work in progress?
I do.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Gabby Jones. Hi, I have a question. Have y'all heard of Twisted Wonderland? Mordecai kind of reminds me of Malleus Trichonia from it.
I have heard of it, but I have not seen it myself.
Oh, it's the mobile game with all the pretty anime boys.
Okay.
Of course, Mordecai is associated with this. Sorry, Mordecai, you're gonna end up the Tumblr sexy man. It's not our decision, it's theirs.
They take down his Tumblr sexy man listing on that.
I don't.
Like,
I
sexy
hope
man.
never.
Or whatever.
Whoever takes it down, put it right back up.
Oh my gosh. So I looked up the specific character. You know what? He's kind of hot, so I'm here.
Oh, great.
You know what? I'm going to agree, knowing nothing about it. They're hot. Mordecai's hot. We're good. We're fine. Oh, no.
You're just not good at drawing feet.
Ghosty
Jeez.
says,
How
is
do you get
this
better at
Ivy in a
legs?
girl hoodie? Yes.
Yes.
It's
She's having a good
2000s
time.
Ivy or
Yeah.
Oh, that's Boo.
2000,
Hi, Boo.
2010 Ivy Gur hoodie.
Yeah. Boo actually
I could see kids wearing this now, frankly.
She has hers from the 90s still, like, in the drawer over there. She wears it to sleep. But hers is not, like this cute. Hers is just, like, purple, like, pinks and,
Oh,
like,
there's a few, yeah. I'm trying to put a croc on her shoe, on her foot.
Blaze Wolf says, I don't know why, but something about your PNG tuber reminds me of Pebble and the Penguin. That has to be about you, Fable. I don't think mine does.
It's probably the Bluth influence. It's,
Yeah, we're definitely...
that and just like twisted beak looking thing. I kind of draw in a way that probably reminds people of his stuff a bit. Although it's a little bit crustier, I'd say. It has a few sharper angles.
Yeah, it's more edge.
A friend of mine described my work as having jaunty angles, and I thought that was pretty accurate.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Bilbo. Come here, baby.
Me. It's got things to say.
Very talkative cat.
I am so sorry. She was jumping up on some of my props for photos and things, and she is old, so come here. Okay. I will.
It's got a lot to say.
I apologize.
You okay?
She went complaining to her other mother. Spaghetti and Animator, what was Rocky's reaction to meeting Wick and Mitzi for the first time?
Well, his reaction to meeting Wick wasn't good. I think he probably was kind of dismissive of him at first, and then once he realized that he was potential competition in a certain way, then he kind of turned up the animosity a bit, although he keeps it kind of at least heretofore he's been more kind of just passive aggressively mean to him, but that he's been certainly turning it up a bit in the comics since the whole incident with Victor and everything, and the pig farmers and everything. So where Wick actually stepped in and played White Knight. As for Mitzi, that's something I'd like to explore comic-wise, and maybe even in a short someday, who knows. So I think I'll just leave that for that to be said. He was having a bad time when he met Mitzi.
Aww. He's still living out of a car.
Yeah, he's still having a bad time, but maybe not as bad.
At least he has the car now.
At least he's got something to occupy his
Yeah, he's only partially homeless now. It's like, are you sure you don't want to sit in the Little Daisy or something? It's like, buddy, there's caves. He's not gonna sleep in a cave, no?
Where are you? Where, buddy? No, he's got Cactus Friend, remember? He's got to watch over him, or...
I wonder if he would open up the question and be like, does anybody have a place? But I wonder if he'd be too proud. If, as ironic as that sounds, it's asking for help in such a, vulnerable way. I don't know if he'd be comfortable with that. I don't know. What say you, Tracy?
Yeah, I mean, there are certain situations in which he might, but, overall, yeah, I don't think he'd be especially comfortable with that, actually.
I think, wasn't
he lets Ivy, after he has his, head nearly caved in by a hearse, he lets Ivy take him back to her dorm so he can, sleep, but...
And then he's gone.
But then he doesn't stick vanishes
around.
Even before, she's even awake again, so...
Yeah. I know that she was like, where's your home? I live here. That explains a lot. We're angry. Just where am I going to take this guy? Okay. Oh. That leads up to AZ5. Hey, Tracy. Are we going to see Al Capone in talks with the Marigold Gang?
No.
Right. No. Okay. Jeffrey Wilson, who originally pushed for prohibition and how did it come about?
Oh gosh, that's a complicated discussion. Lots of people pushed for it. Lots of different, demographics of people were for it for various political reasons, and for reasons like, so alcoholism was a terrible, terrible problem societally, and a lot of this stemmed from the fact that people didn't have, in a lot of places, didn't have much to do besides work and then go to a saloon and drink afterwards. It was largely a problem among men because women would, there were alcoholic women too, of course, but women weren't like, it wasn't socially acceptable for women to drink in public settings. So like women weren't really welcome at saloons. And like if a woman was at a saloon, certain assumptions would be made about why she was there and things like that. But yeah, it was so a problem of men drinking, spending all their money on alcohol, coming home and being abusive after drinking, losing their jobs, and it was just like extremely destructive because men also were the only ones really bringing in enough money to support a family on. Like women's wages were not nearly as comparable, and so like the woman who couldn't drink in public but her husband was always drinking after work every day, is trying to hold a family together and also work and couldn't keep up with the bills and so it was just like this like family destroying thing, and so a lot of women, a lot of the same people who were involved in the suffragette movement, a lot of Catholics and things like that were like in these leagues of like anti they wanted, or like the women's leagues and things like wanted to prohibit alcohol consumption. And so you had that faction, you had the other political factions who were wary of immigrants, of Catholics, of Jewish people, of Lutherans, who all used a lot of them used like alcohol and religious rituals, but it really didn't have anything to do with that. It had to do with like them basically wanting a way to persecute these groups more easily. It's almost like if you know they're using alcohol in some capacity and you make alcohol illegal, you now have an excuse to just like be up all in their business and peek in at what they're doing and make sure that and just like make it hard for them. It's just like the way that drug enforcement is really kind of like very tied in with like racism and xenophobia and things like that, and like the distrust of like groups that are considered like out groups or groups that are minorities and things like that. And then there of course were the people who were just like the like the fanatics, the purists who just felt that like on a religious basis or otherwise that this was just like all such substances should be outlawed and banned. Like it's it's just like and that it was like morally depraved and things like that.
It's like the ban on absinthe. It was like,
right.
They're looking for any excuse to get rid of it. Like it's
yeah. Usually it'll just be like it'll become like there's like all these societal problems and things going on, and it'll just become like the scapegoat thing. Like if we just get rid of this will fix this and this and this. Just like or it'll like yeah. And it just wasn't an easy like solution. So especially as like the alcoholism as a family destroying thing. Obviously it was a problem. It's just like the way to solve it wasn't to just like ban alcohol. But yeah, I mean there were just so many different angles. I mean some of the same people who were involved in like really, really pushing for prohibition after prohibition was even repealed also became like marijuana, like anti-marijuana activists, and we're like, oh, well, this is like the source of all society's ills, and
there's always a new thing, huh?
Yeah, and they just like, it's just the thing they do. It's like they really just have to intrude on people's lives that much and be that self-righteous, and and it's misguided. There's political aspirations tied into it. It's illogical, like, which is, we see the same kind of shit right now, where it's like you wonder like what political motivations really lie behind some of the stuff that happens and that people push for. It's like, is it really about this, or is it about something else that you want? I don't want to get too far into it because I don't want to have politics time here.
We don't want to depress ourselves right now.
Yeah. But
well, let's throw in a fun question then, because Joe Plain is wondering, what circumstances would Freckles say fuck?
Sure, he's thinking it.
I think he'd be full of self-reproach even for thinking it. He'd go and like say some Hail Marys to make up for it, but
he says it by accident, and he's like, "Oh no!"
Yeah,
oh, no.
Honestly, like that would probably be the lesser thing to saying something like "God damn it" or something. Like that would be taking the Lord's name in vain, even though that's not exactly what that means. But if you interpret it literally, I guess it is. He'd probably feel even more like, or be like, Jesus Christ, or something like that. Like, oh no, you said the thing.
Let's see. Dimitrios Price question: how would the Lackadaisy cast, I think they mean the characters, react if essentially they'd use the internet in the 90s and weren't from that time to begin with?
So we're asking, so if they time traveled to the 90s and used the internet without having ever been without ever having
how did I time travel?
Without ever having been introduced to computers at all, without knowing what a computer is.
Aliens? They don't know. They don't know.
Yeah. They could break it.
Wow, that's a weird thing to just drop them in. I'm like, here's the future, except not quite the future, but like the this I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's a turning point of the personal computer, but I think they'd be baffled and fascinated and a little bit frightened. And I don't know, the internet was so like tame though, like compared to, it was just
it was tame.
I mean, there were definitely like places you wouldn't want to go, but it was this unregulated, but it was so small and quiet compared to, it was like a tiny little town. Now it's like a
yeah,
like
now it's this
global metropolis and all of the societal problems that would imply.
Yeah, but it was really quiet in the 90s because it was only like chats. We got into it the other day in the Lack Accord, but in the 2000s it was growing, but it was like the Wild West. It was just wild, the things that you would see in the 2000s, because nobody knew how to regulate anything.
Yeah.
It was just expansive.
It was like Deadwood. It was just unincorporated territory.
I'm like making this like that zebra gum? That's like what's going on in the background, whatever this is.
Juicy fruit.
Juicy fruit? Yeah.
It's the cup. The
we don't know the zebra. Yeah. Yes. I was going for the cup, and then I was like, wait, now I gotta adjust this a bit, and then it just turned into juicy fruit. He's real big on the juicy fruit.
I like how she's doing like a little Nyan pose.
Yeah. I just wanted her really cute, okay?
Oh my god, it was MySpace. Listen, I was not allowed to have a MySpace by my mother. Sad days. I kind of wish I'd learned how to program and done that. Oh goodness. Let's see. Is it from L. Perkins?
Do you like the Crocs, guys?
Oh.
Is that good?
Ciao.
Ka-chow!
I think they look great. Fable. I like how you got like
Leaflet 757 says, "Hey y'all, stumbled on the comic recently. Really love the work. Characters are great and the story is interesting to follow along. Hey, thanks. Glad you're liking it so far. Welcome. We're animating it too." Toby is a blue bat says, "Glad to know you knew what the internet was like back then. I was born in 2004, so I don't think I got to experience what that was like." Yeah, it was a time.
You were born in 2004? Jesus. I thought people stopped being born after, like, 1999.
Yeah.
Stop that! Stop being born! You are supposed to currently be an infant. Go back.
Dear child, go. Listen, I get so shocked sometimes. Oh, look, I'm this young. Excuse me? I'm old. No.
I know.
Oh, boo.
Did you know there was a time before there was an internet and we had computers, but we just played stupid little games on them.
Yep. Atari and whatnot.
Computers have always been about stupid little games in a way.
That's true.
I'm sure computers
when
back
the
when it
internet
was
came
a
along,
job
we
was
found
probably
more
about
stupid
stupid little games.
My dad's actually building a computer, like from like building the circuit boards, all that. Why? I don't know why. But he's building it, and he's managed to put a 9-bit Nyan cat into it. And he wants a stupid little 8-byte game.
So.
Literally building this computer to make it a stupid little game. So I mean, yeah, my father.
Aster V
This
says,
this is intensely. This is very late aughts, early tens. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah. Boo was saying it gave
a particular girl. Yeah.
John says, "Is Ivy a Siamese?" No, actually. She was named after a little black cat I had, but if she laid in the sun, and as she was growing older, her coat was kind of turning like a brown color.
Yeah, whenever black cats go in the sun, they get
yeah, you can see like what color they actually are, which they're really just melanistic tabbies most of the time.
Yeah. It's more likely that they have the stripes and then they don't. But if they don't, they're like real black. I don't know why, but Boo had told me to go look up what a toiger is, and I started looking into
yeah.
Yeah,
They're so
I
cute.
started looking into what makes a black cat, and like when they lay in the sun, that's called their rust color. And a lot of times they're tabbies, but if they're not tabbies, they're a real black cat.
Yeah, that's like a Train, one of our cleanup artists' cat. He is a void. He's such a void that even his whiskers are black. That's how much of a void he is. No stripes whatsoever.
Yep.
Solid void. Yeah.
That's Angel and Bella. Both Angel and Bella are just no stripes, no nothing. But when Nicodim lays in the sun, you see all his little stripies. It's like, oh, look at you. You're like your sister. Be happy. Oh.
John says, well, I hope R.L. Ivy had a good life. Yeah, I think she did. I did the best I could, but she was a chirpy, happy little cat, so I think she did.
Alright, how's this, guys? This good?
Yeah.
See if
That's
there's,
very cute, yeah.
another color.
Nye Empire, the cat says, I miss the Wild West days of the internet. No ads. Websites were more charming and not bland and fun. They definitely had a very, like, homemade quality to them, yeah. But loading times and everything, and, like, how long you'd have to wait to download a song. God, I couldn't deal with it these days.
Some of the stuff you would just run across and be like, eh!
You'd accidentally stumble upon some, like, really questionable stuff very easily, because search engines just hadn't really been, like, streamlined in any way, so you just get everything. Like, it wouldn't filter things out. Now it filters things out so that you get mostly, like, the ads, or like the top level corporate crap, which is its own problem. But before, it would be like you were just, like, on your own as far as, like, weeding out the horrible stuff and finding what you were actually looking for.
For better or for worse.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's Newt! Hi, Newt!
Hey,
Newt! Newt.
How's it going?
I like that effect.
I've got a couple more questions, or do we want to save them?
Yeah. If there's just a couple more, we can tackle those before we.
Let's see. Is it stressful to do animation? What's the hardest part? From L. Perkins.
You know, planning is both the hardest part, but also it makes it the easiest. Hey, Newt. It is he! It is the Newt! Newt!
The slimy
Oh,
one.
Newt!
It's okay.
Scram.
Come back.
Uh-oh,
I'm sitting on the
Dwight
floor.
ran away.
Oh no, did we
I'm
scare
sitting on the
Dwight?
floor with Dwight.
Oh,
Come back.
Aw, baby.
It's okay.
The sudden
Dwight.
noise spooked him.
A noise was made and
Oh, I'm
he
so
fled.
sorry.
Aw.
Put the camera on, let's see if we can't.
Come
See
here.
Dwight.
The world wishes to see you.
So, for those in the chat who probably have no idea, I had this feral cat I was feeding for a time, right before COVID started, and he showed up one day with a very badly broken leg, and so I trapped him and brought him to the vet, and they were like, yeah, we can't save that. So they had to amputate his leg. And after that, I, like, normally with a feral cat, I would do a TNR. A lot of the times they've grown up without being socialized with people, and they don't take to it very well. And they're just kind of happier doing their thing, but you don't want them to reproduce and make a bunch of kittens that you then have to, deal with. So find homes for, or, watch them unfortunately get hit by cars and things, which is awful. So you don't want that happening. So you do trap, neuter, release, where you just have them fixed and then let them go again and continue feeding them and providing, like, shelter for them if they need it. Putting little, like, cat boxes and things out. But he couldn't go back outside because he had only 3 legs. And so he lived with me for a while while I tried to figure out if I was going to be able to socialize him or not. I probably would have ended up looking for a barn home for him or something if that didn't work out. But he took about a month and hid under my clawfoot bathtub for that, like, entire time. He'd only come out to eat when I wasn't there. And then finally he decided he was going to be friendly. Like, I think he just got bored, and he's like, okay, I've had enough of this. I'm just gonna risk it, and he became a very snuggly little guy. But I have other cats. They were making things a little difficult for him because he moves differently, and I think they probably saw that as like, oh, he's an easy target. We can bully him. So I wanted to make sure he was in a home where there were fewer animals and things, and so Newt came and got him. And now he is Newt's cat.
He is a friend.
A baby.
Oh, baby.
I'm trying to get
Also,
the
he is
video up.
all for the. And we're
Can I
over the
show this to the internet?
Yeah. Yeah, are you okay with us showing the stream?
bed.
Did he just leave? Oh, he just...
Would you
you
guys like to
wondering?
see a void? And no, it's not a black cat.
Well, he just ducked under the. Never mind. He just ducked under the bed.
He's under. Sorry.
It's
Damn.
If he comes back and is more snuggly, absolutely. But I think he's
Oh,
by the sudden
Fran.
voices.
He started warming up to Newt and snuggling with him at night, but he's also still very skittish right now. He's just having
Yeah.
a bit of a
Cam-
time adjusting to a new situation.
Yeah.
It's a little hard for
Cam
him.
Salisbury asks, ZZ working on the didn't ZZ work on the Lackadaisy short with you? Yes. Yeah, Zeddy
Yes.
was on the short.
Yeah,
Did some shots.
Zeddy did some of the rough animation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think this is done now. Which is cool, because then I can go get my sushi. That'd be nice. Very nice. Cool. Okay, I think this is done, and I can say, we should maybe wrap the stream soon. So is there anything else, any other questions to answer? Also, hey Jack, one of our animators popped in as well.
Hi! I've
Hey,
been
welcome.
here the whole time.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I guess we had
sneaky.
streamer mode on. I didn't hear
I
it.
was here before you started the stream. I've just been waiting.
Oh damn! I didn't even look at
Really?
like, the list of
No.
people. In
What? I'm sorry.
Sorry, we
Sorry
should
about
would
that.
have
no,
we would have tried to include you in the conversation if I even
Yeah.
realized it. I'm sorry.
No, that was.
Well, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Drawing Ivy in a hoodie.
Yeah, I
Yeah, so
saw.
everything's
I was
good.
like sitting there like, oh, I actually lost one of my most prized possessions, which was like a polo that I got from an Invader Con.
Aw.
That like the staff wore on the Invader Con, and they gave me a free one. It was like acid green
Aw.
and had Gur and hipster glasses on it, and I was like, this is such an amazing. It came with like a pink bow tie. I was like, this is such
Here,
an
I'll put it
amazing
up on my
artifact.
Twitter.
I seem to have misplaced it in my
Sure.
most recent move.
Riley wants to know what's Ivy's sexuality. I mean, ostensibly straight, but who knows? She's young and maybe hasn't figured everything out yet.
I'm gonna be back in just a second. I'm gonna go grab something.
Straight until proven guilty.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Newt?
As Clint has had this referred to by, he has been referred to by, many a gay man. He is dry spaghetti, and damn if they weren't right. It's only straight until hot water applied.
Also, to answer your question, Jack, doing okay. Just celebrated a buddy of mine's birthday at a
Yeah.
local barcade.
What's that?
And then had a very weird incident with a bunch of drunk dudes at a party bus as we were trying to leave.
Uh-oh.
I mean, not a bad incident. They weren't terrible. They were rude, but not mean. But they're just like, so I
As
got
drunk guys are
separated
apt to
from-
be.
I was separated from my group, and they capitalized on this opportunity. And they basically came up and they're like, "Hey, you want to come with us? We're going to Louisville." For context, I live in Lexington. That's an hour away. And I'm like, "Oh, no, I'm good." They're like, "You like women? We got lots of those."
Okay.
And you said no?
Well, yes, I ordered.
They were
from a different
offering you
menu.
ladies.
That's not Newt's
How could you
bag.
say no?
I like the way you phrased that. I order from a different menu. I need to tell Boo that.
Mm.
Sorry, I'm not straight. I'm vegan. Thank
Even so, like you could have struck up some lovely conversations with their fine assortment of ladies.
Yeah, you just would have had a hag gaggle. It would have been great.
Good.
I like how they're like, they just talk about them like retail items. Like, we got those in stock.
But instead, like, Newt walks away with all of them, and, like, they all go to a club together, but it's not a date.
Nah, let's be real. I should have realized that I ordered from a different menu when all of my friends growing up were all girls. And it never really hit me until I was older.
Or
like,
you and the girls were ordering from the same menu.
No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
All right. I think that's a good way to wrap this stream. I gotta go pick up some sushi. I hope you guys enjoy this Ivy and a Guru hoodie. I just posted it to my Twitter. That's Fable
so
Paint on Twitter. Yeah. Thank you.
They want to know when we might do another stream with the VAs again.
I don't know. We should ask the VAs. Be like, hey, you guys want to pop on?
See if
bully the audience
for the next
They
stream.
love
We'll have to
it.
give them a little
Yeah.
heads up. But yeah, I
Yeah.
bet we can cajole some of them.
I
into
bet
it.
some of them would
catch
absolutely be
the end
down
of
for
it at
that.
least.
Yeah.
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 Cool. All right.
All right.
Well, with that,
I
let's
think
call it a night.
good conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Thank
night,
you for
everybody.
joining us, everybody. It was very fun chatting,
hungry.
and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I hope you all had a good
Yeah.
time.
Night, y'all.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a great
Tweet the
weekend,
vet.
everyone.
I forgot I was sitting on your head, Tracy.
Oh yeah.